Well,
Lord, you bless meditation of our heart be pleasing to you, Lord. Today, will you allow us to plant seeds that will result in a righteous harvest for those present and the next generation? And all God's people said, Amen.
thank you. Secretary Treasurer Valier, would you please declare quorum and call for the orders of the day?
Madam Chair, I declare quorum and I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you. Hooray, hello, welcome. It's wonderful so many of us could gather here this morning. Thank you for coming. It's through active tribal member participation we continue to make forward progress. The purpose of today's Special General Council meeting is to, 1, formally present the Constitution draft, and 2, receive recommendations from General Counsel on how the Constitution Committee should proceed with their work. This was all announced in compliance with the governing resolution requirement, where the information must be made available at least 30 days prior to the Special General Council meeting. No other matters may be addressed. We hope everyone enjoyed the light lunch. Member Davis, thank you for preparing the meal, and happy birthday to you. Just so everyone is aware, there are additional restroom facilities set up outside, right over here by the Quapaw Facilities Authority, and we thank them for doing that, just in case we need it. Please note there are a few steps to enter and exit the mobile facility. Thank you to all those working to make this a good Special General Council meeting. That includes the Quapaw Nation employees and volunteers, the O-Guah-Pah Learning Center, O-Guah-Pah Communications and Events, Department of Public Safety, the Election Committee, and the Constitution Committee. Constitution Committee, thank you for all of your past as well as your current work. It's truly appreciated. For the downstream employees who are tribal members, please see Brent Devine here to the side to sign in for payroll. Citizens can apply to become registered voters. Please see Carrie Sisson in the cook's room here in the community building. When you registered earlier today, you received a voting device and a packet of printed materials. I hope you received those. Please wear your voting device around your neck so it doesn't get lost. Only enrolled tribal members or Quapaw blood voters can vote. Do not give your voting device to anyone else. When you wish to leave later today or upon adjournment, you must return your voting device. Otherwise, you are sacrificing eligibility for social services. No gas cards or cash will be distributed today. In the packet, you should have today's agenda, the draft constitution, the super statutes, the memo by Stanford, and Constitution Committee recommendations, and today's FAQ department. O-Guah-Pah Communications is live streaming the meeting. Live streaming from personal devices is strictly prohibited. The video will be uploaded to YouTube after the meeting has concluded and editing is complete. For those of you who may try to congregate to talk in the back of the room, please go outside out of respect for those who wish to hear the entire discussion. I'd like to introduce both Eric Giles and Esther Labrado, a Quapaw Nation General Legal Counsel from Drummond Woodsum. They're sitting over here back behind the screen. And thank you both for being here today. Our goal today is to conduct an efficient, productive, respectful, and constructive meeting. We have one handheld microphone that will be brought to elders once recognized. All other tribal members need to come to the podium microphone. And again, unless you are an elder, please use the podium microphone. You must be recognized to speak. When motions are made, the full text will be displayed on this screen over here. Thank you, Austin Headley, for volunteering to do this for today's meeting. Voting options will be displayed on this other screen. Hopefully it's stable now, and supported by the Election Committee and Mikhail Whitecrow. Thank you to you all as well. We hope you find this helpful. We hope you find this helpful to see the motion's full text. Let us proceed. Vance Gilmore, you are now recognized.
Thank you all for being here, and I would like to echo some of the thank yous that Chairman Supinaw did. Linda, thank you for lunch. The logistics to set up this meeting, it's been interesting to have been a part of those for the past month. So I'd like to thank Brent and Barry and Austin and John and George and Michael and anyone I missed as well. I'd like to thank the Business Committee for the time they put in to setting this up, and as well the Election Committee in allowing us to vote with the new devices for the first time. We're going to just let me kind of run you through the format. We're going to do some brief introductions of ourselves. I feel like some of you need to know who we are. Um, then we're going to give you a little bit of background on how the process started and how we got today regarding the Constitution. And I'm going to walk you through your very small packet that you have received, and and we're going to have plenty of time for question and answers. So that's a huge part of of what we're doing today, is to hear your questions, to hear your feedback, and to hear what you have to say. That's very important to us. So I'm Vance Gilmore. My grandmother was Alice Crawfish Gilmore, and her father was Harry Crawfish. Her mother died at a very early age, and she was raised by Bessie Quapaw, more commonly known as Widow Crawfish. Widow Crawfish spoke no English, she only spoke Quapaw. My grandmother was her translator until Widow Crawfish died. My grandmother loved the ways of the Quapaw people, and she taught all of her children and her grandchildren the importance of being a Quapaw. She was a really, really good lady. Why did I choose to be on the Constitution Committee, and why did I choose to stay on the Constitution Committee? I did to honor my grandmother and to take care of my grandchildren who are coming up.
Sorry. Excuse me. Trying to stuff face at the same time. My name is Roman Cahiga. My mother is Mary Sky Cahiga. Most of you know her as Bootsy. My grandfather is Alfred Sky. He served this business committee in this nation for a number of years before he passed. My family comes from the other half of the tree that Vance just described there. Harry Crawfish was my great grandfather's brother, Thomas Crawfish, and I'm on this committee. I was reappointed to this committee in September of this year to bring additional history from the previous iteration of the Constitution Committee.
Hello, I'm Michael Whitecrow. I have been the IT network administrator for quite some time. I've worked for the tribe for almost a decade now, and worked for Downstream prior to here to start my IT career. I believe I am the only new member who was not on the previous Constitution Committee, and the reason I decided to join is, if many people recall, I am the one who tried to make the motion to have Stanford's version compete with our own. I was talked out of it. And I wanted to be on this committee because in that discussion, and my motivation for bringing that forward, is that as a IT technician, I could tell from the original draft it was a great work and people were very knowledgeable in creating it, but it did not have the technical input it needed. And as someone who works in a very technical field, I could get presented stuff, all the great ideas all the time. People spend years working on it, and when they bring it to me, I have to make it a reality. And I knew the moment Stanford received that, much like IT, ever since the Magna Carta, law has developed, and they've learned what works, what doesn't work, certain language structures that need to happen. And I knew Stanford would tear it apart and transform it. That's why I wanted to be here.
My name is Melissa Morris. I'm a member of the Clark family and a direct descendant of Abraham Dardine and Teresa Cusat. I've been working with Quapaw Nation since 2009. I'm a proud mom of 3 and a grandma of 2. I joined the Constitution Committee in December of 2024 to get more involved and get back in to my nation with a meaningful way. I'm committed to strengthen our Constitution so it will continue to protect our sovereignty and support a strong future for our children and generations to come. So,
I'm Nathan Phelps. I'm also part of the Darlene family as well. I am part of the original Constitution Committee, and as you can see, the current. And the reason why I stayed on is to ensure the integrity of all the documents that were coming at us from all different angles and understanding of where we need to go as a tribe and as a family. Thank you.
I would like to publicly thank this group and the previous Constitution Committee who has given many, many hours to this process. And I appreciate all that they have done. And what we'd like to do now is Roman is going to give, if I may pause for just a minute and recognize Minnie Francis Hawk, who really was the one who instigated all of this back in 91, excuse me. 1999? Got it. That's where it started. So with the motion, and she has now left us, and but we need to recognize that part of all of this was her start. So we're going to give you a continued overview from the start to now. Roman's going to do that, and then I'm going to pick up and bring you to the present, really the work within the past year.
Norman, could I just have a brief second?
Yes.
First, I just want to say thank you guys for the birthday wishes, but also I would just like to say thank you to the ladies that helped me. I have been blessed with a great team of ladies to help put everything together. So it's not just on me. Debbie Ray, Rhonda Weaver, Jackie Stone. I was trying to think who else now. I just kind of drew a blank. I guess that happens with age. Sorry. But anyhow, I want to thank everybody and just especially thank those women for helping me.
Thank you, Member Davis.
Melanie Shawnee. Sorry.
No. Absolutely. I think, the recognition that these things don't happen by themselves is important. And I think it's easy for us as a people to get complacent when we have downstream there to take care of a lot of these efforts. And even with that, there's still a lot of action that takes place behind the scenes. So the business committee, thank you also for all of your help and participation in making this a reality. The 2019 was the year that the motion was made by Aunt Francis to create a Constitution Committee, and for that Constitution Committee to bring back to General Council what we created, and then from there that General Council would decide on what to do next. It was referenced in that motion to go to BIA, but we have found since then that we don't need the Bureau's approval to take any extra steps. And this is important because a lot of decisions that were made in between that time and today have been made off of minutes that were inaccurate and improperly recorded. And this committee knows about it. The business committee knows about it also. And that, so it's important to make sure that we have the accurate information that we're sharing with you. The Constitution Committee was first appointed by the business committee in October of 2020. We didn't meet until December of that year as people decided whether they wanted to take part in this process or not. Immediately, right out of the gate, I want to give recognition also because there are folks who were a part of this process who aren't recognized on a regular basis, and a few of those people are Betty Gadke. She was a member of the very first Constitution Committee and helped lay the foundation of the process that we took. Dr. Mindy Mayfield Davis, she was a part of that process also, and their contributions to the early steps of the Constitution Committee were very important to us. So I want to recognize that, because too often we go without recognizing who took part in those initial steps. After that, we would have members appointed. A couple of them are business committee members. Mans McKibben joined the team. Weena Supernaw joined the team. And we also had a couple after that who, as we got deeper into the process, we saw that these decisions were bigger than all of us, bigger than the few that were in place to make these decisions. And that the things that we were deciding, we said, almost from the beginning, we need more people. We need more people. And some of those people who were there from the beginning were Johnny Rogers. He was a part of the committee from the beginning. But also the larger work product was Derek Jennings. He was a part of this process. And Grace Goodeagle. She was a part of this process from the very beginning. I don't know, am I forgetting somebody? As you could see, there was a lot. There was some came and some left, and now the dynamic that we have is who is here today. Billy Schapp. Sorry, I don't know how I could forget that. Billy Schapp was a part of this process. So what we did right out of the gate, we had 5 members. What we started trying to decide is, like, what did we do in the past? We know that we attempted a constitution in the past, but what did we do? So one of our very first steps was to find out, why did those documents fail? And while doing that, we also wanted to see, what did the people say about those documents? So we referenced our records to the best that we could. And then we also talked to a couple of people who were present at those and during those formations. And what we found through that process was, and through other investigative work, was we need more impact from the people. We need more participation and input from the people. So our first action was, let's find out what the people think of what we have and what we need. And so we created a survey and we got a little over 400 responses back, and that blew us away with the amount of participation. We did it digitally through SurveyMonkey, but we also understood that we have folks who don't want to take a digital survey. So we also mailed out a survey to every household, and also made available surveys, hard copies of the survey, to anybody that wanted to request one. So we took that upon ourselves, and of that information, we got about 200 responses back, which is a lot. So for us to be able to track that effectively, each Constitution Committee member had to input about 50 responses by their own hand. So they got online, they took their own time, they inputted all of those responses in so that we could have a collected form of feedback from everybody. And that information was later presented back to General Counsel. We said, we asked the question, you responded, and we shared with you what the results of those responses were. And in all fairness, excuse me, it's gross. In all fairness, at that time, the Constitution Committee did not have the legitimacy in the people's eyes that it does today. I think that if the Constitution Committee had the same legitimacy, we would have had an even greater response to that survey, because there are a lot of folks, and in their defense, it's historical, these committees come and go all the time. Nothing ever comes. We ask for this stuff as General Counsel, and nothing ever comes from these decisions that General Counsel makes. Well, we're still here, right? We're still here today because we're not giving up on our own people, and we want to make sure that those voices were heard. So what we shared with General Counsel was the results of that survey. We received overwhelming response that the 3 dynamics that General Counsel wanted was a separation of power, accountability, and transparency. Far above everything else, those were the 3 dynamics that the people requested. That was not our decision as a committee. So we followed that, though. We followed that and said, well, let's give the people what we want. How do we get that into a constitution? So what we first needed to do was follow our own governance. What does our own governance say about creating a constitution? And it was silent. So we asked the BIA, can we take our governing document and just call it a constitution and amend that document? And the response was that we can amend our governing resolution till our heart is content, but we cannot call it a constitution, that would trigger a secretarial vote. So what this Constitution Committee's process was to create to amend the governing resolution until it looked like a constitution, because that is within our control. We're going to talk about sovereignty. That is within our control to do. So that is why we were making those steps of amending the governing resolution first. Through due diligence of this committee, what we also did was we came across a treasury fund north of $2 million that would allow us to take additional actions, things that we knew were out of reach without professional help. So we were able to acquire those. During that time, though, an employed position was presented to the business committee, and we said if there was if the business committee could create a position inside of the administration that could do all of these things that we need help, we can make this process expedited and get things done a lot faster than what we're producing. The business committee decided to create a contract position that was open to anybody to apply, really. And through that process, it was completely above water. And there were no tribal members who applied for it, apparently. And so I put my name in for it. Receiving confirmation of that position, it set up a new dynamic for our Constitution Committee. The things that we were able to do in that amount of time and the focus that was able to be put towards this constitutional development was exacerbated, right? So during that process, and because of that process, thankfully we had that process, because of that, we were able to find through our own research that we didn't have to go through the Bureau of Indian Affairs to get a constitution. We were operating off of what we were told rather than what we found out for ourselves, because as we all know, what we're told is not always the reality of what the truth is, right? So what the truth showed us was we were not subject to the Indian Reorganization Act, and we were not subject to the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act. Those are the two items that would trigger us to take part in a mandated secretarial vote. And since we were not a part of either of those acts, it opened up the doors for us to shift. So many of you will recall a few years ago, we abandoned the amending the governing resolution to completely writing directly the governing or completely writing the Constitution. So when that occurred, there were a number of things that happened, or a number of things that were happening simultaneously during that process. First, in the amending the governing resolution portion, the Constitution Committee was given the authority to reconcile documents, governing documents, without making substantiative edits. And I don't know, I thought I had a governing resolution here, I don't. To make, I should read that because I hate to misquote it. That's the old one. Anyways, the authority was given. There are two things that happened. An authority was given to by general counsel to the committee. One was to make non-substantiative edits, and the other one was that general counsel holds the authority to disband the Constitution Committee. All right. So there are other dynamics that go into play there. But during that time, we were in a process of amending and consolidating documents to apply all of the amendments that happened over the course of our existence. And in doing that, some of the things that we found were that there weren't proper amendments to the governing resolution, and the landscape of our governing resolution looks slightly different than the way that we actually operate. So many of you will recall there was an exchange at General Counsel between the Election Committee and the Constitution Committee. That's a part of the result of that confusion of what is the governing law that we follow, right? So if we don't know, the Constitution Committee, if we don't know what the actual law is, how do we expect them to know, right? And how do we expect other bodies to know? There was a degree of unfairness in that we were trying to reconcile to that didn't really come about, right? It was after that time that we said, we met with the business committee. We said, hey, this is your turf. You guys, you know the document is not accurate. They recognize that. They admitted that, and they even called general council meetings to kind of rectify that. What we did as the Constitution Committee, we shifted our focus entirely towards development of the rest of the Constitution. Now that we knew, we were clear that we had the ability to do it on our own terms without federal government's involvement, that's what we chose to do. Through that process, we engaged the Native Nation Institute out of the University of Arizona. The Native Nation Institute was fantastic. They held a couple of workshops here. We have the work product of that. They held a couple of workshops here where they listened to us as tribal members, not as business committee, not as Constitution Committee, but as tribal members. They listened to us, and they consolidated all of our feedback in a professional way and gave that back to us in 2 separate packets. The first one was a nation building seminar. It was a 2-day seminar. And the second one was a constitutional writing seminar. And that was also a 2-day seminar. That was done through the funds that we were able to identify through that treasury fund. In addition to that, we also said, hey, we operate by rules inside of our general councils, and the business committee also operates by those same rules. But the unfair advantage is that the business committee has is they have lawyers that can tell them what those rules mean, but there's nobody to tell you what those rules mean. And over the years, what we've seen was that this body, general council, was abused and beaten up with those rules, and those rules were held over their head. So what we decided to do is to use some of these funds. They said, let's educate our people. Let's educate ourselves first so that we understand the rules, this committee, but also let's educate the people. Let's educate the other body that operates by the rules. And they attended just like our committee attended. And that came from a parliamentarian, a very well-respected parliamentarian in their community. She came out and she gave us a training on Robert's Rules of Order. But that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for us because of the attendance. What we also did was we said, let's put a copy of those rules in the hands of everybody else. We wanted you to have a copy of those rules, because it's one thing for them to cite and say, hey, no, that's against the rules, that's out of order. But it's another thing for our people to be able to defend themselves against any transgressions and say, well, it doesn't say that in the copy that I hold. So to make things fair, it's fair for you to have the rules that they try to apply in order to govern or guard you. And I say they loosely. I'm not referring to these as individuals. The business committee is what I'm referring to as a body. None of what I'm saying is personal to any individual standing up here or sitting up here. So our goal was to arm you with the rules. We think fair general councils have happened as a result of that. We see that now that those rules are equally in everybody else's hands, we can look over the past 3 years and see how general council has been able to hold the pure authority that it's already had. And that's always been our goal, was to give general council, you asked for this document. So what we're bringing back to you is the document that you asked for. Nobody else asked for this document. General council asked for this to come forward. And they said, bring us back the document so that we can make edits to it and we could do something else with it. And that was always our goal. Through all of that process, there was ongoing investigation, ongoing research into ongoing meetings. We met with a ton of professionals. Native Nation Institute, Civility, they're the parliamentarian firm that we chose to engage with. Our own legal counsel is the former chief of the Cherokee Nation, who was the chief during their reform. So he had a lot of great insight as well as being a lawyer. We engaged professionals in the community, a attorney general from the Ho-Chunk Nation, Amanda White Eagle. She gave us a lot of valuable feedback. Very thankful for her. Professor Matthew Fletcher. He is an expert in Indian civil rights, and we wanted to know what he said about the Indian Civil Rights Act and how that applies to what we're doing here. We met with members of the Osage Reform Committee whenever they redid their constitution. We wanted to know what the hiccups were. What are all the things that you ran into that we could try to avoid? Through that process, we also looked at numerous constitutions, not only tribal, numerous constitutions that exist. And we found great feedback from those constitutions of what we can do for ourselves. What are some ideas for ourselves? How do we maximize general counsel's protection through these other ideas? And that's what we chased, and that's what we have here. So what we produced and what we gave you initially was not spaghetti thrown at the wall, okay? There was a lot of investigation that went into that product that we gave you. Now, we recognize, and I shared this with the committee the other night, we recognized that the Stanford draft, which we're here to discuss today, and the initial draft that the previous Constitution Committee created, can't be looked at apples to apples, okay? What our committee created was in anticipation of this body receiving it, and that this body is going to have the opportunity to change that document in any way that they see fit, in any way that you see fit. It's still your choice. And in doing that, what that gives you is the opportunity to change. But what we created, we made sure that we could answer to why we believe these are the best ideas that we could put forward. And that's what you got. I'm sorry, I left one more out, and I'm a little embarrassed, but late chief the Osage was a friend. We had multiple lunches, okay, and we had multiple lunches, and he is a resource that was of great help, and he was a defender of sovereignty. Those that know him and had an opportunity to engage with him know the type of feedback that he can give to a body like ours, and we grasped on what he had to offer. So Chief Gray, he had a lot of input about what we were doing, and he even talked us out of some of the positions that we were in because he defends sovereignty. He's not a defender. He's a defender of the Osage, but he's not a defender of work product. He's a defender of not putting ourselves into a corner that we can't get out of. We choose the corners that we stand in, and that was one of his positions. So from that document, from this research, we kind of fast forward to General Counsel of this year. We presented the document. Leading up to that, it was our committee's intent to engage Stanford Law School, and for the work that we were requesting was to strengthen what we had created, not to rework, not to rewrite, not to change up what we did. Our intention at the time was to make what we have stronger. What are those ways that can do that? And shortly after that that vote by General Counsel, the Business Committee decided that the previous Constitution Committee was no longer a body. Their position was that it ceased to exist at the presentation of the Constitution. And what that brings us into is the MOU that was created, that General Counsel authorized, and that MOU, I can't speak to that currently, not from this microphone. I won't speak to them. An MOU was created for the relationship that Quapaw and Stanford Law School would move forward with, and that gets us into our next product.
Thank you, Roman. And just so you all understand, I was a part of about 3.5 years of what Roman, not all of it, but approximately 3.5 years. I will add a little bit to Roman's history. So in July of 2025, we had turned over our draft to Stanford for the first time. And then we had follow-up. And so I was not surprised in the long run of what Stanford ended up doing, because the initial work they did in spring of 2025 was major rewrites and a lot, and it was 6 to 8 pages. So I was not surprised where we were headed, in my view. That is in my view. So when the Constitution Committee was disbanded, I had a choice. We all had a choice to stay or not to stay based on my history and some very important concepts that had been created that I thought were important to our nation, I felt like needed to be delivered to Stanford and that we needed to have a voice with Stanford on those issues. That's been my role since July, August, and that's primarily been my role is to emphasize the pieces of the previous work product, which I thought was very good, but needed a lot of work. And that's been my role. I immediately started working with Professor Elizabeth Reese. Now, I need to step back just a little bit. How did we get there? How did we get there? We got there through a Quapaw tribal member, Ani Johnson Jennings. She is finishing up her law degree at Stanford, and that's how we made this initial connection, and that's how we were able to continue. So I want to tell you a little bit about Professor Reese because I think it's important. So we formalized our partnership. Little bit of discrepancy on the MOU. I have done MOUs for a long time with Baylor University, University of Texas, North Texas, Texas A&M. Nothing in the MOU was really that alarming to me based on what I'd seen. Universities tend to always manage MOUs. That's just how the process works. I was very familiar with that process. And I don't think there's been any significant consequences from the MOU in terms of what we can share and what we can do. So we formalized that partnership, and Professor Reese immediately began outlining some work for us. I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. So she's a scholar of American Indian tribal law. She worked at the National Congress of American Indians. She supported tribes all over the country regarding the Violence Against Women's Act. From 2000 to 23 to 2000 to 24, she served as a senior policy advisor for the Native Affairs at the White House. Now, I mention these things not to build her up or not to put her on a pedestal, but for you to understand the quality of individual that we've been working with, okay? And if I can just give you a little bit of analogy. If you're designing a home, there's good architects and there's great architects. You can get an okay doctor, a fair doctor, you can get a great doctor, okay? You can get an average college football coach who might coach for OSU, or you can get a quality football coach who might coach for, I won't go there, okay? Okay? My point is, we've had an opportunity to have someone with knowledge of a great caliber, and she truly has been. I've been the fortunate one to interact with her the most. The committee on a whole has definitely interacted with her as well. But she's Native American. She has tremendous insight into the ways she heard us. She really heard the Quapaw people. And when you really get into the document, and again, we're gonna have plenty of time for questions and answers, but when you get into the document, she heard us. And the thing that was important was Stanford did not do this work from afar, okay? They came to our community, they met with individuals, but that was just a one-day deal. That was not the end of it. There were a series of meetings with committees, with particular groups of elders, with individuals. There was a tremendous amount of feedback that I have to say I'm very pleased that occurred from September to December. So we're going to show a little video to give you a little further insight into who Professor Reese is, because I think that's important for you to have a sense of who she is. Since I have worked with her so closely, I want you to have a sense of her as well.
Nabitoa and said that my name is Elizabeth Hidalgo Reese, and I'm from Nambe Pueblo, a reservation just north of Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, it has truly been an honor and a privilege to serve our nation in this capacity. I'm deeply grateful for all of your support for helping me pursue my dream of serving our people. A preamble introduces a constitution by explaining its purpose, the goals of the government, and the core concepts of the nation. The new preamble begins with a positive statement about the Quapaw as the downstream people, acknowledges the diversity of cultural beliefs, affirms key values, explains the Constitution's role, and ends with a collective resolution of the Quapaw people. These changes were guided by other tribal constitutions and shaped through conversations and meetings with various Quapaw people and groups.
The first two articles of the Constitution reflect the most important thing to the Quapaw Nation, the sovereignty of the people and the ideal that the Quapaw government flows from their authority and exists only to serve them. The governing resolution and the previous draft submitted to the General Council treat the General Council as a branch of the Quapaw government. Based on our conversations with the Quapaw people, that doesn't seem right. Rather, the General Council is the people of the Quapaw Nation, just given voice and structure. Our draft reflects that, clarifying that the Quapaw people gather to express their collective will as either the General Council or through Quapaw elections. That makes all other branches of government thus subordinate and answerable to the General Council and the electorate. These articles also contain vital protections for government transparency, since the people must know what their government is doing on their behalf and in their name. We organized these parts of government of the Quapaw Nation into three distinct branches. First, the Business Committee, which has the authority and responsibility to propose, debate, and pass ordinances, resolutions, acts, or any other kinds of laws to govern the Quapaw Nation, and to ensure that those laws are carried out. Second, the courts, which have authority and responsibility to resolve conflicts within the Quapaw Nation, to interpret the laws of the Quapaw Nation, and to assist in the appointment of legal officers. And finally, our most significant change is the creation of a third branch, the Accountability Branch, which gives more status and independence to the Ethics and Grievance Committees. The Accountability Branch has the authority and responsibility to oversee the government of the Quapaw Nation, to ensure it continues to serve the interests of the Quapaw people, to hold the people accountable for violations of Quapaw law. We will talk more about each of these branches later.
This section upholds the Quapaw Nation's sovereignty.
Professor Reese was over, spent 700 hours working on the work product that we gave them. And then, so what you have is their draft, okay? Now, I know you're looking at this and thinking, this is kind of unbelievable, this is unruly. First of all, we wanted you to have everything that we got, okay? In total transparency, we felt like you should have everything that was delivered. So within this is a memo done by Stanford, which is approximately 31 pages, which is not an official part of the document, okay? But what the memo does is the memo gives you understanding about why they did particular things, okay? So that's why we wanted you to have the memo, okay? But please keep in mind the memo is not a part of the official document, okay? So the other thing that occurred is when they got into working on the original work product, okay, they realized that they felt like that our original work product needed to be more condensed and needed to just to be tidied and cleaned up some. So one of the ways, but that we should acknowledge they picked up on, we are a complex tribe, particularly the way we govern. We just are. That's just a fact, and we just have to recognize that, and therefore then our governing document needs to reflect that, okay? So it couldn't be a 3 or 4 page document based on the way that we operate. Okay. The other thing is in 2026, it's a complex situation out there in the world, legally and other ways. And so, what the document does, it's how we govern. It truly is a very vital and important document. Okay. So, with that in mind, they felt like there were ways to pull out certain information that didn't have to be a part of the Constitution, but would be laws for the Quapaw Nation. So the concept of super statutes was created by Stanford. Super statutes weren't created by Stanford. The super statutes were recommended to be used within the framework of our work. Okay, so they took much of our work that had already been done, the work that the Ethics Commission commission. That's one thing we can address and during question and answers, but they took the work that they did, that they took the work that grievance committee did. They took the documents that were there, and they are recommending that they be super statutes. Okay, they're not in the body of the Constitution, but they are laws that our tribe will follow. Okay, they're laws. They're laws. If you think of a ladder, okay, the top ladder would be the Constitution. Okay, further down the rungs of those ladders are the super statutes or the laws. Okay, they can be easily amended. I should not say easily. They can be amended easier than your Constitution. Your Constitution is a document that is fundamental to the way you operate as a tribe. Okay, in my opinion, that should not be easily changed. If the fundamental core of the way you operate can easily be changed, you're going to have a chaotic government, okay, in my opinion. That's why the Constitution, the core of what you do, is so vital and so important, okay? I know you've been given a lot of information, okay? All I can encourage you to do is do it this way. Separate the memo from Stanford and put it on one side. Put it on your left side, okay? Take the Constitution and put it on your right side. And then go through your Constitution and you'll see their rationale on why they did certain things, okay? So we're going to start off. I'm going to start off with preamble, okay? And then it's free open mic. It's open mic. Then I want you to ask us what you want. I want you to give us your feedback. So here's the process, okay? We are in the process of revising this document, okay? We're in the process of revising the document with the goal of taking it to Indian Council on July 4th with the hope that then it will go to a national election, meaning everyone 18 and over will have the right to vote, okay? So let's talk about the preamble, and then again, it's open mic. So the preamble was written by Quapaw member Ani Johnson Jennings. She did the work on the preamble. She acknowledges that she went to the Osage tribe, had conversations, and she pulled from their preamble to a certain degree. But I would point out, if you look at a lot of tribes' preambles, there's going to be a certain amount of commonality, okay? But within the preamble, so what I'd like to do is, if I could ask you all to take a few minutes and read the preamble, okay? It should be easily to find. Let's start there so that we're literally can all start from the same point, okay? So again, this is what Ani has written, and again, acknowledging that, and she would acknowledge she went to the Osage tribe, okay, and she pulled from their preamble to a certain degree, okay? So I'd like to open it up to your reactions, thoughts to the preamble, and then as well, then it's open mic, okay?
Vicki Bratton. I'm 75. I'll be 76 this year. Question. This new draft copy of the Constitution, who put it together? Was it the students or was it the instructor?
It was a public policy lab. So the students did a certain amount of the research and the work, and it was overseen by Professor Reese. They got credit. I'm not sure they got a grade, but they got credit for sure.
Was this a coursework for them?
Public policy lab, yes. Any thoughts on the preamble? Anything you'd like to, would anyone like to give us feedback on the preamble?
On Wendy. On microphone.
Sorry, I'll just start with the positive real quickly. I've sat through a lot of these and listened in general counsel. I just love in third paragraph and thanks for their wisdom, which has flowed downstream. I think we hear over and over and over and over about our elders and that word hearing thanks for our wisdom. I think that just it totally captures that.
So I'm sure you're all going to be shocked, but I did some research. As you, I know, shocking, right? As you stated, Vance, she did, to a certain degree, use the Osage Constitution's preamble. Let me read you just the first paragraph from the Osage preamble and look at the first paragraph in our preamble. We, the Wajaji, known as the Osage people, having formed as clans in the far distant, have been a people, as a people, have walked this earth and enjoyed the blessings of Wakanda for more centuries than we truly know. Our preamble says we are the O-gah-pah people, known as Quapaw people, for having traveled downstream from our relatives. We are people of many stories who have long walked this earth and enjoyed the blessings of Wakanda. Do you see the similarities there? So let's look at the next paragraph. Having resolved to live in harmony, this is the Osage. Having resolved to live in harmony, we now come together so that we may once more unite as a nation and hold as a people, calling upon the fundamental values that we hold sacred: justice, fairness, compassion, respect for and protection of child, elder, and all fellow beings, and self. Our second paragraph, resolve to live in harmony, we call upon our enduring values of justice, humility, respect, and fairness to guide us in our efforts to give shape to our governance and protect our way of life. Do you see the similarities there? So, again, I'm pretty sure you're going to be shocked, but I did a comparison between the preamble that's written for the Osage Nation and the preamble that's written for us. 85%. It's 85% the same to the Osage Nation. Now, I know Chief Gray and Hepsi Barnett and Camille and all of them, Julia Karen Lookout, they all did a lot of great things with the Osage Constitution. I'm Osage, and I'm proud of my Osage Constitution. But why are we copying and pasting? Because we're the O-gah-pah people. Yeah, they're our sisters and our brothers, but we're O-gah-pah. We're not Wajaji. I did a comparison of the entire document to the Osage Nation Constitution. But what I want to read you, with bringing that to your attention, this is the preamble that we wrote as a people, this Constitution Committee. Let me read you the first paragraph, because the first paragraph almost makes me cry. Since the time Creator placed us on this earth, our people have been free and independent. Despite forced removal, loss of land, and attacks on our culture, we have preserved. We are still here, unbroken and resilient. We are the Quapaw Nation. We are O-gah-pah. We are sovereign. What sounds Quapaw to you? What sounds O-gah-pah to you? The preamble that's in this Constitution, and in my opinion only, has many, many flaws. And I don't believe that they listened to all of the recommendations that they got, because now this is my soapbox. I like I said, I did a comparison, and this is going to sound snarky, but I don't want it to sound snarky. But it is going to sound snarky, so just FYI. Why are we as a nation consistently, whether it's the business committee or any committee, copying and pasting work from another tribe? Why are we not using our own documents? This business committee does it. Other committees do it. Why are we paying money for good attorneys who are copying and pasting from another tribe? I think the work that this Constitution Committee, the previous one before them, and this one, and I'm not saying the Constitution that that you guys submitted in 25 was perfect, and but it had a lot of good stuff in it. It kept the rights for blood Quapaws. It kept some of the basic things that all of our ancestors endured trauma for us to be able to stay, that we're still here. And those things need to be acknowledged. And I don't feel in this copy and paste version that we received from Stanford, it does that. And I know that we're not talking about the preamble, but I have one more soapbox, and I'm sure you guys are surprised. And then I'll try to sit down and behave. The word there was try. In this new Constitution that's being given to us by Stanford for us to look at, like I said, I have many problems with it, but one of my biggest problems is, as soon as I find the right marker, the section 4 of General Counsel Legal Advice. Have any of you read that? Well, shame on you. It was online. Shame on you. Kristen Leanne. That would be my daughter. It says, it's on page 6, section 4. I know we're only talking about the preamble, but I said I'm going to do one more little soapbox, and then I'll try to behave. It says, basically it sums up to say that any motion that you want to make on general counsel, according to this Constitution, you're going to have to give it to a legal advisor. And they're going to have to deem whether you can make that motion or not. We currently pay for a parliamentarian and our attorneys to do this exact same thing at general counsel. It is not fair to penalize us for that attorney not doing his job. When something comes from the floor, the parliamentarian's job, which we pay him for, or pay them for, whoever they are, to determine whether that motion is valid or not. In this Constitution, we're being penalized while we're paying a parliamentarian in that meeting. Now I'm going to try to sit down and behave. Sorry.
We'll step back to that, but that's all right, Virginia. That's okay. That's why we're here. Maybe a few more minutes on preamble if anybody has. If
I
not,
do.
okay.
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Barbara.
Do you have a copy of the preamble that she's stating? The first one. Damn, please.
I don't have those.
No, the first one that she's referring to.
Oh, the first one. Okay.
That she read the
Yes,
the
yes,
paragraph
we
of.
do.
Okay, how long is it? Okay, can you read that, please? The total thing,
Sure.
so we can compare to what we might prefer. Those that haven't read it previously.
Since the time Creator placed us on this earth, our people have been free and independent. Despite forced removal, loss of land, and attacks on our culture, we have preserved. We are still here, unbroken and resilient. We are the Quapaw Nation. We are O-gah-pah. We are sovereign. Secured by Wakanda with the inherent right to self-governance, we commit to growing the Quapaw language, preserving our cultural heritage, promoting cohesive and healthy communities, and building a strong and prosperous economy. We recognize the challenges and opportunities of the modern world, and we embrace a future where our nation flourishes as a dynamic community. Through collaboration, cooperation, and respect, we strive to create a just and healthy and equitable society where all citizens of the Quapaw Nation can live in the way that Wakanda intends. Where we are the protectors of our own future and the natural stewards of our environment, where we always hold our elders, keepers of the stories, traditions, wisdom, in the highest esteem. Where we look to our children as the wealth of our nation and acknowledge they will inherit the consequences of our decisions. Honoring the journey that has brought us to this moment, we hold this Constitution as an agreement between ourselves and generations to come. It is with shared commitment to our people, our land, and our future that the Quapaw Nation citizens hereby choose the form of governance herein.
Thank you. I think previously of reading that, and also for everybody to know, that has a lot of teeth, what he just read. More of our future now that we have, more of the things that we've endured, more of the time that and the elders are honored in it. So why cannot we build on that? Maybe joining some of these verbiage, some of this verbiage in this preamble that the Osages have do qualify to our heritage as well, because we're part of the same group. But why not create our own preamble from both of these documents?
Thanks, Barbara. And what I'd like to do is come back to this, and the reason being, I'm going to get both pulled up on screens, and so that way you can look at both, and you can give us your. I'd really like to hear your feedback. I like this. I like this. That's what we're here for today. Okay. So I'm going to have both. It'll take a few minutes, so we're going to move on, but just know we're going to come back. I'm not bypassing this. Please know I'm not bypassing it. We're going to come back, but it's going to take them a few minutes to be able to get both up. Okay. Fair enough. You had the Osage, right? Can I have it, please? Okay. You have ours, right? Yeah, you've got ours right there. And there's the. And will you just give me a high sign when you've got it? Okay. Okay, friends, it's open mic. So I can step back to Virginia's if you'd like, or oh, I'm sorry, Everett's up. Okay, Everett's. I need help.
Test. I'm not really commenting on the preamble directly. I'm going to wait until we have both of them up there, and I appreciate the discussion there. I just wanted to point out they asked our division and used the spelling which we use for in our language department. But I just wanted to point out there is a typo there. It doesn't actually say Uga'xpa, it says O-gah-pah. So I just wanted to point that out. However this proceeds, I just would like to see that corrected. I do appreciate the use of the spelling system we use. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Everett? You're good. You're good. We got it.
I'm looking at the preamble but part of this is to start us out with this whole thing. Again, is the terminology. We are the O-gah-pah. And when we say the blessings of Wakanta, I mean, get your terminology straight. I mean, this is very important. This is who we are. And when we're talking about in that third paragraph where it says, honoring the generations who have come before us, we give thanks, which has flowed down through the ages, not necessarily downstream. That's a reference earlier, but it's flowed down to us. What about the elders today? And in the fourth paragraph, it mentions, affirms that every Quapaw citizen has rights equal. Okay, we've had earlier discussions about the importance of youth and of elders. Again, this is for us. This is who we are now, and we are definitely looking forward generations to come. But we are the O-gah-pah. That's who we are. And we have our own ways to do things. And we're looking to the future, but we're also looking to the words of wisdom that have come down to us. And we're working on that to make that better known to all of our Quapaw people. This is very important, folks. So anyway, gonna get.
This is going to go on all day. I can tell you that right now. My question is, did the person who copy and pasted this, obviously from the Osages, and I'm also Osage also. Why not just go back to the Seneca form of Constitution? How far back are we going to go? And when everybody starts spouting off their ancestors, would your ancestors, can you honestly tell me your ancestors, how are your ancestors going to say the same thing that you're sitting there saying? Do you know that for sure?
I'm pretty sure what my grandma would say. Yes, I am. I'm very confident in that. And the individual who wrote the preamble is Quapaw, and I believe Sack and Fox. Those are the only two I remember. Okay. I believe she has other heritage as well. All right. I don't think we have them. Do we have them up? Okay. So you know what? Let's talk about it. If you, I know we're not. Sorry.
Late, ladies and gentlemen, before she walks out, I just wanted to convey when I was sharing earlier of those who participated in this committee, I failed to mention that Abigail Logan was a part of this committee, and that deserves to be stated also because she participated in the work that we did. So, Abigail, I'm sorry for forgetting to mention that.
Okay, friends, we're gonna keep moving on. What I'm gonna do is you have the one preamble in your packet. We're gonna get copies of Osage for everybody, and then we'll come back to that discussion. Okay, that way we can do better apple to apple. Okay. Okay. So, okay, we're gonna move on from preamble. Okay, and then we're not gonna take it section by section right now. But maybe I'm making an assumption that you all have possibly read it online. But if not, let's just see how we do. And then right now, basically, it's open mic. So talk to me what you have. Talk to me what you're thinking. And if we haven't read enough, then we can start taking sections and reading them each. If that, it's however you all want to proceed. It's your meeting. Okay.
I'm Brenda Murray, and I understand reading and going over and studying all the several other tribes' documents of whether it's the Constitution, Code of Ethics, grievance committees, whatever they are. Understand of, of studying those and taking from some of them, but I'm so against this paste and copy crap that we have been putting up with. If we can't write our own, what kind of people are we?
I want to know if this is what I'm really understanding. First of all, I went to the Constitution meetings and everything, and I saw how the original group was. They took every word and they made sure you cannot take it to any direction other than what it was written as. I don't understand why we have another committee to begin with. But I've seen how they worked. And I have to say that I like the way it was because they were working for the people, the general council. And they weren't putting all the power to the BC, which, as it is, from my understanding, we're going back to where we were 20 years ago. And we want the power to the people. That's, way I see it. So, like this right here, and what they had originally? What was wrong with it? Why do we redo it? When it was just fine to the majority of us because it was about us, who we are, where we came from, where we are today. So I don't understand. But I'm just one person, one thought. But I know that those ones that were working on our Constitution in the beginning, they were working hard and they were working for us, not against us, and not for just one group, but they were working for all of us, every one of us. So I don't understand what this is all really about. I mean, I may be ignorant, but that's the way I see it. Gonna get.
I failed to mention that in the comparison that I did, it was more than just the preamble. And those of you in academia should know that anything above 30%, actually, but anything above 50% is definitely plagiarism. And every category was above 50% to the Osage Nation Constitution.
I just would like to say this. Us as the Constitution Committee up here, we are aware of the situation. Keep in mind, this is what was given to us. We are here to find what you as a people like about this document and what you really don't like about this. So that way, hopefully later on today, we can come up with a different agreement to revise of us coming together. Because most of us that are up here are from the original Constitution Committee. Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm not against the Constitution. I'm against plagiarism. It needs to be our document. And there's a lot of things in here in this new draft that's being submitted that there were changes that we talked to Stanford about when we had the open meeting, but it's not, they did take into consideration, but at the same time didn't. I know that's kind of negating itself, but that's the way that I read it. We said that, but that's not, it's changed into something else. There's also some paragraphs in the draft that spell out ABC. In the draft that we have from Stanford, it's kind of loose on those interpretations. And when we currently already have issues with defining, for example, what's a emergency versus poor planning on a poll, we can't even seem to come up with that definition of what we're calling it an emergency. So why aren't we spelling it out in the Constitution the way the original draft from our Constitution laid out for us? Those are some of the things that I have a lot of issues with it, but those are the highlights of some of the things that I have issues with. I said I would try to behave, so here we go.
Okay, I'm going to try to answer a few of the questions that have come up. When it comes to the procedures with the legal advisor, there was quite a bit of discussion on that in there, and we haven't actually presented it yet. A couple days ago, we got a bunch of responses, formal responses from the questions we posted from Professor Reese. We just didn't have enough time before the meeting to post it publicly. We will be posting it later. Yep. The legal advisor there came back from the response from recent events and from the town hall, in which case we wanted to formalize a structure to make certain pain points we have identified to them were addressed. Yep. It's not there to countermand the general counsel. They're there to help advise and make sure what general counsel produces is actually legally enforceable and compliant.
Exactly. And I understand where it came from because I was at that meeting and you spoke, I spoke, a lot of people spoke. And I agree. But to put it in the Constitution when we already have a parliamentarian that if the parliamentarian, and Lloyd, correct me if I'm wrong, a parliamentarian is there to say, you can't do that, and this is why you cannot do that. We pay attorneys to be our parliamentarian in that meeting. And in the specific meeting that you're mentioning, those parliamentarians were there. Had they done their job and stepped up and said, that is not a valid motion, and here's why it's not a valid motion, that would have been squashed there. Also, those general counsels that happened a few months later, those wouldn't have happened had our parliamentarian been doing the job that we pay them to do. Do you see what I'm saying? That's my argument for that.
I understand the argument, but I just want to point out this is the new Constitution. So how we have done things isn't the best example for how we're going to do things. It's good to compare them, but for example, the parliamentarian, yeah, they were there in the past, but this new position here would coexist or replace the parliamentarian.
I understand that.
And one of the purposes for this new position is to help put the brakes on things so that the issue that you're pointing out is because some of these legal questions take time to review. And under the current structure, the parliamentarian could only do their best effort in the same day.
Okay, but immediately when that vote happened, people came up to me, and I'm a nobody, and asked me if that was legal. People came up to Roman, and our parliamentarian said nothing. You yourself know that when we're in general counsel, anybody in here, everybody in here knows when we're in general counsel, things come up. And so this says if you have a substantial motion, it has to go to legal counsel so many days before so they can determine whether your motion is valid or not. That's not going to work.
Thank you for bringing up the argument because it leads me to answering your next question.
Okay.
For the reason why it seems like Stanford only kind of help answer part of your questions, they had multiple meetings. And as many of you know, there are a lot of people who are more vocal and a lot of people who are more quiet during meetings. So what you often hear in these discourses is the opinion of only a few members.
Right.
And those few members are also tend to the ones who take over meetings and tend to pretty much
Hey, I said I would
bulldoze
try
over other people.
to behave.
I think it's important to distinguish that this iteration of the Constitution Committee, we didn't pin a single line in the Stanford draft. This is 100%. Stanford took what we produced previous, and that's the extent of what the Constitution Committee wrote. What you're holding is Stanford's iteration of what they believe they heard from feedback from the people and what they comprehended from other information elsewhere. So I just wanted to share that we hear the concerns and we want to hear additional concerns, but we understand is what we're saying. We understand.
Can I ask you, what's your personal opinion of the Stanford Constitution?
Two nights ago, this committee met, and we all expressed pretty wide variety of opinions of this document that we received. My personal opinion is I don't think that it's Quapaw enough. It's not Quapaw enough. Does anybody else want to share their opinions on?
was Roman pointed out, we all had a very diverse, we're pretty divided committee on this. As you know, we've only been the point of contact, and we facilitated meetings, and we've been able to provide our opinions on things as well. The end result, we are all kind of uniquely positioned in our opinions on it. I favor Stanford's more than the original draft, but well, one of the biggest differences we have is I believe a constitution should be hard to change. I believe there are certain things in law and our custom that should be very difficult to change. One of those is rights, another is concentration of power, and those two things should not be able to be changed just to the whim of a few people who show up on a single day. And that is one of my main reasons I support the structure of a constitution with super statutes. The second is, as a technical expert, I tend to value the input of experts in their field. I do value the previous constitution's structure and everything that went into this. And it was a very big influence on how Stanford ended up building it. It was further changed by the feedback, and being a secretary treasurer, I was in there for almost every meeting. I believe Vance attended more meetings than me. So that shaped my opinion, because I got to hear a lot more variety of opinions than other people have. And I know the tribe is way more divided than the voices that are speaking today and in other past meetings on this topic. And so those are my main reasons why. But even I acknowledge that there are certain things we need to change. I generally like the preamble, but that's not the big pain point for me. If you guys completely replace the preamble, and I even joked, because as people like know, I like having competitions of having a writing competition for the preamble, but that's not to me, it's not the most valuable part of this, because the preamble is important, don't get me wrong. It is a spiritual, important part of the document, but the law itself, I am in favor of, but there are changes I agree that need to be made, and that's why later on a recommendation is more broad and not specific, and it's more of a process and not exactly a full-scale adoption of this document. Because even I, and I'm probably the bigger proponent and supporter of this document, believe there are changes that need to be made.
My turn. So I actually disagree with almost everything you just said. I'm the person on the other side of the fence. I agree in a nutshell what Roman said. This does not represent the Quapaw. And you talk about these professionals and getting all their opinions. What should be really most important is the Quapaw and their voice and what they want out of this. And I don't think you guys are representing us in that fashion. So, again, it's not enough Quapaw for me.
Okay, once again, who wrote this theoretically? The students or Stanford, the professor? So we're now not only have a law firm that is non-native, and when I say that, they're not Quapaw. They are retained by a name the Osages hate. Believe me, they hate them. But they are being paid out of our monies to endorse all this crap. And the students should all get an F on this because all they did was cut and paste.
I guess that I think to your question, the professor is ultimately responsible. So, but again, clearly the students did a good deal of the work, but ultimately Professor Reese is responsible. A couple of to respond. So, one thing that is a little difficult to understand possibly is your constitution is your framework. It's not meant to cover every detail. When it does, then it gets then it becomes complex. Then it becomes complex to a point. You know, if I could even take us back to our governing resolution, okay? Our governing resolution has some significant flaws and have been there a long time, but in part because it's not being read. It's not being read and not being interpreted. Um, and so there was a lot of effort put in to trying to create a document that was as it was condensed and concise and easy to read and easy to understand. Um, and yeah, so and in regards to the significant motion, uh, clearly it was influenced by the one motion, no question. But there is some structure there to look at. But the thing that you really have to understand is it's what you want. It's the will of the Quapaw people. It's what you want. Um, I don't want anyone to feel like you have to accept anything. I would just encourage you to be open-minded in regards to there is some good in this document, and
Can we get a microphone to whoever's speaking?
Okay, can you just give us an example of like a what page? Like, just
sure,
point out. Okay.
absolutely. And I have various versions, so but I like the fact that it calls for 4 Indian councils. I think that's I think that I think that's important. I I specifically like the 3 branches, which I think is going to be on page 2, if I'm correct.
I think
Page
that was
2?
in the original as well.
Page 2. I hope. Yeah, anyway, I like the government structure. Um, there are 3 branches. There's the business committee. There's the accountability branch, and there is the courts. And I think there was some. I thought there was some good work and some good influence put on that. There is good accountability in this document. There's accountability always, and clearly that three ties to it.
Vance, can I ask a question there?
Absolutely, Virginia.
In the original constitution that was submitted from the Constitution Committee, weren't those 3 branches already there? Didn't call it the accountability branch, but weren't those 3 branches in the constitution that was submitted by the previous Constitution Committee? And secondly, you mentioned the 4 general councils. That was also in the original constitution that was sent from. So that's
Sure.
not something that Stanford added. That was a document that was part of the original document that we already had. I just wanted to make
No,
that clear.
Absolutely, and that's partially what I'm saying. That I think there's more in this work product than what people may really sense. Now, in terms of the 3 branches, the Attorney General is different. That piece within the accountability.
Right. It just wasn't called the accountability.
Right.
It was executive.
And the Attorney General is that piece was
Legislative
that piece was
executive, I
different.
think, in the other one.
Yeah. Yes. Mike.
I just want to, while when we look at the makeup of a government, right, there are certainly going to be a lot of things that overlap, right? There's somebody who makes laws, there's somebody who enforces laws, and I think that that's kind of what's being spoken to here is both versions, both iterations needed somebody to make laws and enforce laws and whatnot. Can't believe I'm speaking good on them. One of the good things that I think that Stanford did was they took the initiative of creating an attorney general and somebody to assist the people in creating motions, legal motions that could be brought forward. Now I like these ideas in concept. I don't like them in application. I think that what Stanford has presented allows a non-Quapaw, let alone a non-native, but a non-Quapaw to be our attorney general, a non-Quapaw to be our legal advisor, right? These are significant positions that are ultimately forming and framing general counsel's position and ideas. And in my heart, that I believe that needs to be a Quapaw person, right? And we anticipated this in the previous constitution, and we remained silent on it because there's not a clear, clean, safe way that keeps it sovereign first, that keeps it sovereign in-house, ours. There's not a good, clean way to do that yet. But what Stanford is speaking to is the need for a branch similar to what they propose. What they recognize and they heard clearly was you want more accountability, you want more security, and they attempted to codify that. I think they missed the mark, but they attempted to codify that. So I just want to say that I think that they did a good job on trying to hear your voice. Okay? So just want to make sure we say that.
And just a quick follow-up. The legal advisor and attorney general could be Quapaw. It's not that they cannot be Quapaw. They could be Quapaw. We just have to have the pool of people to, but they could, it's not that they cannot be Quapaw. They could be Quapaw.
Vance, I just wanted to make sure we know where we are right now. Are we on item 6 of the agenda, the presentation and the Constitution draft? Okay, that's item 7. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, responsibility comes to us as Quapaw tribal registered voters. I mean, that business committee sitting up there, hey, they appointed you people. That's their right because we elected them. So we have to take responsibility. We don't want to see them up there, then we vote for somebody else. We campaign for them. They reissue who they want on the Constitution Committee. So we, as a general counsel, have to take the full responsibility, correct?
Somewhat correct. About to open a can of worms here. In 2019, whenever the motion came forward to create a Constitution Committee, there was no delegated authority given in that. Can you tune up the YouTube video, because it's important what we're going to say. It needs to be seen. All right, so the original motion did not include language about appointing authority. Whenever a subbody, and I'm inviting the parliamentarians to, I know they got their books out, to correct me whenever I misspeak here, please. Whenever the General Counsel created a special committee to General Counsel, they did not say who was the appointing authority. Now, what happened was the minutes incorrectly conveyed a statement that was made early in the discussion of at that General Counsel. It didn't reflect what the actual verbiage of the vote was. And the vote did not delegate authority to the Business Committee to have any say-so over the Constitution Committee. The Business Committee took it upon themselves in October of 2020 to appoint the Constitution Committee. Now, I believe, my opinion, that was outside the lines of what they were allowed to do. The proper method would have been, because General Counsel created this body, General Counsel should have appointed the body that they wanted to be on this committee. Okay? We, as a collective, all of us, you guys are wrong here too. We all watched while that happened incorrectly, okay? Now, so to your point, we did elect them, but they overstepped their bounds in appointing this body. In their defense, I can't believe I'm doing this either. In their defense, they followed what was written in the minutes of that general council. That general council approved, okay? And in those minutes, it says loosely and very vaguely, I mind you, that the business committee shall appoint. That's how loose it is, okay? I can't even quote it right now because it was so loose and was unspecific of what the minute said. The business committee seized on that. Our lawyers seized on that this is what the minutes say, and that's what they tried to follow. That's how all of this came to be. Now, in between all of these interactions, the business committee has been made aware of the minutes being inaccurate. They were made aware of it years ago, and they were most recently made aware of it maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago, also before we said that we needed to have this meeting called. The understanding of this meeting is because, or why we're here, is because that first iteration of the Constitution Committee was believed to be as disbanded as soon as the rough draft was presented to General Counsel. This business committee fought tooth and nail and got legal opinions to say that you ended right there at that point in that second. And when General Counsel gave additional directions, they were not referring to the other Constitution or to the previous Constitution Committee. That's how this next iteration was created. Secretary Treasurer shared a statement in the August meeting to that effect of why there is essentially a change of guard in that. So I just want to be clear, Vicky, I hear you, but we also have to be clear that we cannot co-sign a business committee taking a directive from General Counsel and spinning it into what they want in order to meet whatever their agenda is, okay? And that's essentially what happened here. They took, even though they had the video, they took the minutes and orchestrated those and interpreted those into being what they wanted to be presented. So essentially changing the course of everything. So let's talk about, let's talk about what would have happened if they did not interfere. If they did not interfere, the actual 2019 motion that was made, that Aunt Frances made, would still be in effect. There was no timeline placed. In addition to that, General Counsel gave another rule in 2022 that said General Counsel possesses the authority to disband the Constitution Committee. You guys said that. You voted on that and overwhelmingly passed that, right? There was proper notice involved. All of that came from you. That means that body would have still been in existence. We treated it as if you gave the initial iteration of the Constitution Committee a continued platform to continue doing work. What happened, however, was that shifted. So prior to that shifting, we wouldn't have had to come back to General Counsel and ask, like, hey, is it okay for us to continue doing work? Essentially, what we're doing here today is only to give you the document that you asked for in July. That's it. Because that is all that you empowered this committee to do. And this is according to the parliamentarians and the business committee's interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order. They said that as soon as that duty was complete, the committee ceases to exist. The only duty that General Counsel gave to the Constitution Committee was be the point of contact of the MOU. Period. That's it. Interpreted by itself, we have no other work to do, right? That's not our interpretation, though. That's the business committees and the parliamentarians' interpretation, according to the first understanding. As soon as the work is done, right? Correct me if I'm saying that wrong, Secretary Treasurer, Chair. If I'm saying this incorrect, please stop me. I want them to have the actual truth of what was said, okay? So according to that first interpretation, as soon as the business is done, this committee ceases to exist. If they didn't interfere, if they never interfered in the process, the initial Constitution Committee would still be doing the work that you asked us to do. That's it. That's it, really. We would continue to do the work. Now we have to come back and ask, well, what else can we do in this process? So Vicky, like that's a long-winded answer, but it is very complex. Okay, and now we're compelled to follow certain guidelines. So now we're here today to ask for additional direction of what we can do.
And Roman and I don't always agree. We know it. We accept it. Two things I would point out is the minutes were approved by Indian Council. The minutes were approved by Indian Council. Secondly, there's a good deal of research, including Sarah Merkel from Civility, that says video should not be followed. The video should be discarded once it's filmed, okay? Just to be 360, we know how we feel. We're honest with each other, but you have to have 360. You've got to have 360 on these issues. It's important, okay? Heather, you've been waiting.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of everything that's going on because we're getting bounced around. Are we actually on number 6 or are we on number 7? See, that's what I'm trying to figure out because we've been bounced around and I'm trying to figure out how to ask my question.
Vance, you had stated previously we were on item 7, the discussion.
Okay. All right. So since we're discussing this, I'm going to step into this as the role of the chair of the grievance committee. We, from day one, have been active participants in this. There are some things that I have not agreed with, and I've been very apparent with the Constitution Committee about what I have not agreed with, because when the grievance committee meets and we discuss things, we discuss it as a body. We vote on it as a body. And when we give things to the Constitution Committee, or when we gave things to Stanford, we were not given that respect. The Constitution Committee did recognize it, but however, because of the stipulations that they were given by General Counsel, they could not see the Grievance Committee as being its own sovereign body, right? So with that being said, I actually do like what is written in here for the grievance committee. I like what we have done with the super statute. It makes it very short, very direct in the Constitution, from Stanford's Constitution. Girlfriend. Page 10, sorry. So I do agree with what's written in here from Stanford's viewpoint. I do not like what was written in the original, just because this is very short, concise, and then with the super statute, it's more expanded upon. So I'm just going to make that statement about that piece. And I know we're bouncing around all over the document, so I apologize. But that's just my 2 cents on this.
Thank you.
But back to the preamble, I think having a writing contest would be great. Put it out there, just have somebody write it. Because if everyone's biggest complaint is that there's not enough Quapaw stuff, then just put it out there. I mean, we got so many amazing youth out there, so many young people out there, that have them do it.
I just want to interstate on the preamble in the previous Constitution. All of us on the previous Constitution wrote 3 preambles, and out of all of us, we condensed it down to what you guys all got.
In the Stanford one or the original one?
The original.
Okay.
Also, my question for all of you is, how many have actually, with the raise of hands, have actually read what Stanford gave us from page to page? Now, with a raise of hands, how many have read the super statutes? Thank you.
I had a question on that, just for feedback purpose, because I thought about, so there's one thing to have a document that mostly sounds good, right? But then there's one that also needs to be executed. And in your opinion, without the super statutes, how executable did the actual Constitution sound to you? Did it seem like it is something that can be operated behind?
Can we get a microphone to Frank? Oh.
Hey, Frank Frazier here. I told myself I wasn't going to speak today, but to answer Roman's question, I did look at the one presented by Stanford, which I did not know it was Stanford exclusively till today. I thought you guys all worked on it together. But there are some good things in it, and then there are quite a few things that are not so good. They've got some things like swearing in the oath. That's bogus of officers, very bogus. Won't go into that right now. And there are some other things forward to it. That's just the Constitution draft itself. I'm not even going to talk about the super statutes yet because I'm not too crazy about them.
Michelle, did you want to share anything on that? No, not right now.
Quick question. Why is the Attorney General not considered to be a Quapaw tribal citizen?
Yeah, good question. It's our pool to select from. It doesn't mean that it can't ever be or it won't ever be. It's whenever we consider writing something into the Constitution like that, we got to make sure that we have the ability to staff it, right, or to fulfill that position. And we just don't have that capacity as the Quapaw Nation to make sure that it's always and forever going to be a Quapaw Nation citizen.
Well, then why, with all it wasn't in your pool, why not put it into the Constitution that it's requirement that all heads of departments and heads of higher ups be Quapaw tribal citizens?
It ultimately comes down to enforceability, and the types of constitutional crises that could evolve from, if we don't have the pool one day, what happens if XYZ is happening, or what happens if 1, 2, 3 is happening. And the thought around it is we just have to be able to make sure that those can be fulfilled, and we can't speak to that. And I don't think that it's fair to assume that in the future all of our babies are going to get into the legal profession, right? That it would be nice if there was a process that enforced that, but to make sure that it's only Quapaw is not feasible.
I just have one. I think that's a fabulous idea, Vicky, but exactly, it's very unrealistic. And I know that education has been important and we're seeing the education change, but until we get enough qualified tribal members, that's unrealistic. You remember when the changes all happened at Osage Nation and they got real big on education and they pushed it, and the things they allowed for us as employees to, until we do that here, and we're not there yet. We're getting there, I think, but we're not. So until we are at a stage, I guess, to where we can do things like that for the tribes have already made those examples for us, I think it's a great idea. I just don't think it's realistic.
I just wanted to also go a little bit further on that. In both constitutions, it does have the revision for us to go back and make sure it's still what we are qualified for the day, which means at that point in time, we can put in there and change it where it is only Quapaw if we feel like that's what it is as a general counsel at that point in time, years down the road.
Actually, the newer Constitution does not have that. It's the Constitution that the original committee created. We wanted a Quapaw-led judiciary, 100% Quapaw-led judiciary, and that's what we asked for in the Constitution. That was pushed back and removed by Stanford and tucked into a different document that what it sounds like you haven't had access to yet. But that's the result of a super statute idea of, as we're thinking about the framework of what's being presented to us, this idea of super statutes takes something that once was or that can be a lofty goal and puts it into another document that needs to be referenced later. And as we think about these super statutes and the reality of a super statute, I want to point out one thing. I was just talking about executable ideas. Now, let's say that there was a recall, okay? Let's say a recall took place underneath the Constitution. What it says in the Constitution is that a recall is going to follow what's in the election ordinance, okay? But as you guys probably seen, the election ordinance recall has been removed from the election ordinance in a large way. But what it did is it tucked it into a provision inside of the election ordinance of special election. Now, when we refer to special election inside of the election ordinance, it says that it's going to follow the guidelines of the Constitution, okay? So now we have to go back to the Constitution to find out what it says about recall. So we just looked at 3 different spots to find out one thing that should be enshrined in a Constitution. This is the trouble that we're going to face with super statutes. When they're not in one document, no matter how big the document is, believe me, I understand the overwhelming idea of having to know and having a document that thick. But when you have to go and find another document to see what it says, to refer to another document to see what it says, to look back in a different place of the document that you just had open, that's not efficient. And it's not them who are going to be interpreting that. It's you. It's you who's going to know, it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't feel right. How do we address this? And when you have to track down 5 different places to even find out, hey, is this legal? Is a recall legal? It's not effective, right? So I just caution that.
Counterpoint, if you like to cross-reference, I find it easier. So I know what I'm looking for. I don't have to go through the whole document. I go to the super statutes, and the information is there. The bulk, the core of it is in the document, is in the Constitution. The super statute gives you the detail in greater detail, and it's law, and I like to cross-reference it. Everett.
Thank you. I have a few comments I wanted to make, and I just wanted to, I'm enjoying the discourse and the back and forth discussion and all this, but I wanted to try and present my comments on multiple sections at once, if that's all right. And I wanted to mention, for those of you who are tech savvy, you can pull this up on your smartphone, download the document. It makes it really easy because you can type in grievance committee and your phone will take you immediately to that section. So if you're not already doing that and you're good with your smartphone, you can do that. That's what I've been doing to follow along. Anyway, we've all been talking about things mostly that we don't like, but I wanted to mention that's probably the most important feedback you're going to get today is what we don't like. And I appreciated the folks who have said the things that they did like as well. But I wanted to try and explain the things. There's 3 big things that I wanted to comment on, and then I wanted to try to provide a suggestion because I think, and I just want to say this for my own personal self, I think anytime you provide a criticism, if you don't provide a method that you suggest to work through that, then it's just, I don't mean to sound mean, but it's just, critiques with no purpose. So anyway, I wanted to, if you will follow along with me, go to page 14, section 6, installation of new officers and oath of office. Frank already touched on this earlier. I just wanted to mention that I'm not a fan of this section, particularly. There's like I said, 3 things. So if you'll bear with me, I want to comment on. First one is installation of new officers and oath of office. It does not say who is providing the oath of office. It also says that it will be marked with an offering of tobacco. Personally, I do not agree with that. I realize there are some who do, but I don't. And I just want to tell you what I do like and what I don't right now. I'm taking that time, so I don't like that. I also don't like that it does not say who is doing it. In our current way of doing business, the election committee provides that. It's my understanding because they conduct the election, and then they provide the oath of office, and they're doing that to the new person who is then installed in their office. I'm not saying that it has to continue to be that way. Obviously, when you make a constitution, you change some things, but I do not feel like this is adequate or correct culturally, personally. And for those of you who disagree with me, I ask you to overlook me for expressing my opinion here, but I want to take the moment to just say I don't agree with that. And then others can comment on that as they so choose. But moving to page 9, section 6. This is additional transparency for significant actions. I do want to say that I like this section overall. Basically, this section, you all can read it as I'm speaking if you like, but this section is saying that significant actions shall be defined. I'm summarizing in my own words here, but it says so significant actions shall be defined, and then these significant actions will be discussed at General Council so that our people will understand why decisions were made and they can choose to act accordingly the next time we vote. I do like that. It mirrors something I've said before, that I feel like there should, whenever I ran for office years ago, I said that I feel like there should be certain thresholds that should be pulled for our citizens. And I never defined that because I don't think that's for any one individual to define. I think that's for General Council to define. But there should be certain thresholds where we pull our people and discuss things before we take certain actions. And so I want to say that I do like that section as a whole, but there's something I really don't like. It's not up there, is it? And that's where it discusses taking land into trust. I do agree that the selling of tribal land is a significant action, but myself as a tribal member, I do not believe that we should provide any impediment to our government reacquiring land or putting it in trust. We are able to exert our sovereignty and our jurisdiction to the fullest amount on land that we own and that's held in a fiduciary status. And I do not believe that we should make any impediment in any fashion to our government being able to reacquire a land base. People without a land base are doomed. That is the ultimate. If you don't have land to stand on, you are not a people. And we are related to the land. There ain't any other place on the face of this earth that you can be a Quapaw tribal member, but right here. You can be a Quapaw tribal member somewhere else, but this is where our community lives. This is where our sovereignty is invested. And if we don't have a place to exercise that, it's going to limit our ability to continue into the future. We can't engage in economic activity. We can't engage in food sovereignty. We can't engage in providing our people with housing. And I do not agree that there should be any impediment toward the acquisition of land and the placing it in a trust status so that we can exert full jurisdiction. And so I strongly disagree with that particular part. However, I want to be clear that I do not disagree with the intent of Section 6. Moving to page 6.
Everett, can we pause there for two, please, for some clarification? For my sake, but why on tobacco?
Because I don't feel that's the culturally appropriate use of that.
Okay.
And I don't feel like that's something that we should be discussing in a public setting.
Okay, I knew not to go, but I just wanted to make sure I had your point correctly. And secondly, hear you on the land. In defense of Stanford, they heard the exact opposite, somewhat significantly, that they wanted to know why the land was being purchased, and they heard it from a good number of tribal members that they felt there was an unknown, that they were uncertain. So I don't think that so much it was to stop it. It was, and it may read that way, but what they heard was, we need more clarification on this. It needs to be a general body. What's the plan? I'm just sharing the other side what they heard.
I understand that, but I'm telling you right now as a tribal member, I want to speak my piece that I disagree with that. Our Quapaw Nation has a realty department.
I just wanted you to be sure that had why it was there.
I'm regardless of who liked that or didn't, I want to make it clear. We have a realty department that works very hard. We employ people. We try to put land in trust. and that is the actions of a healthy government.
Right.
And if you put an imposition in that, you are not thinking about the future. You- yes.
Right.
So I wanted to make my 3 points and then step away. I don't want to
Sure.
monopolize this time.
Okay,
I just
yeah,
want to make my 3
wanted
points.
to be able to respond.
That's fine. Thank you. I wanted to explain the things that I think like I said, the most important feedback is what people don't like. I'm telling you the 3 things that I have issue with.
Sure.
Page 9, I told you about page 14, and I also had one on page 6, section 4. General Counsel Legal Advisor. I actually wanted to tell you that there's something I don't like and something I do. One, I don't like, as was discussed previously, that it doesn't say that there's Quapaw preference. It would be really easy to solve this in the same way that we do everything else we do in the nation when we hire people, to just say there's Quapaw preference. Solved. To me, it's solved. Maybe others won't feel that way.
Everett, I'm smiling because that change was made Tuesday night with Professor Reese. So just to let you know. And that was a consensus. That was an overall consensus.
Okay. And while I'm standing here, I also want to I realize this may be an unpopular decision. Michael was mentioning when we were discussing that section that sometimes certain people express their opinion and then other people jump onto it. And after 10 people have very vocally expressed an opinion, there's a number of people that don't want to say their opinion. And I'm rephrasing what you said, but I just wanted to agree with that and say that I actually do like section 4 of page 6, because I do think that there should be some thought before we take an action. We can discuss things in general council. We could talk about dissolving entire branches of our government. And we could do that on a Tuesday afternoon in general council just because 40 people showed up and they were mad. And I mean, that is legally possible. And I personally, you can choose to, we can agree to disagree, and I'll still love you, and that's personally fine. But I personally think that's a good idea. And I just want to, because it makes us stop and think about what we're doing. And I was always told that God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you should think before you talk. So that'll conclude what I have to say. My only suggestion at the beginning, I said, is whenever someone provides you a critique, they should provide you with a way to solve that. Personally, I think that it would be well advised to take all of these and put a separate packet and have our election committee conduct a non-binding, I personally think it should be our election committee though, a non-binding poll of our registered voters by each section and have people provide a feedback on each section of do you like it, do you not, and then some overall questions. Did you prefer version 1? Did you prefer version 2? And I think that'd be a lot better than sitting here and yelling about it for 9 hours at general council and then not having a solution at the end. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Vance, may I suggest we take a 15-minute recess? Please complete your thoughts, though.
Yes.
Oh, that's your thought. Yes. All right. We are going to go into a 15-minute recess. We will resume at 1:35. and Richard left for a basketball game. The time for recess has expired. We are now back in special general council meeting. No.
I would like to thank you all for being here, and I would like to thank you for your feedback. It's been very interesting process to me. Okay. I'd like to try to bring us home. Okay. I'm not going to bring us home. I'd like to try to move us forward. Okay. I have heard you and I've seen head nods, and they're two different things. Okay. So I'd like to step back for just a minute if I could. Okay. So I took the role of chairman because of information that I thought was important from the original work product. Okay. How that process came about, I have some information and probably have a good deal of the information. Okay. But I made a choice because I cared about the people. Okay. Now, in the process, Roman was hurt. Roman was hurt in the process, and I regret that. Okay. And his character was challenged, and it was from an outside source, and the outside source had information, and that was not right. Okay. And it happened, and it shouldn't have happened. And is that okay, Roman?
Vance, you did nothing to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if this is the venue for this, first of all. The way that this happened was my ethics were challenged in an email to Chair Supernaw months before she shared it with the rest of the business committee. She sat on that. She did not take any action on it. Okay? I was accused of financial misdealings by this person and multiple attacks on my ethics were documented. Emailed directly to her. They asked her to share this with the business committee, specifically to share this with the business committee. And she didn't do that. But what happened in between that time of us not knowing that she had that document and that's what this was really all about, between then and that information coming forward, a general counsel took place. And it was made very clear that Stanford did not want to work with me specifically. It was made clear to her in this email. Some of you may recall that I've been asking for emails from this podium here during business committee meetings. And she refused. She said, no, I will not share those communications with you unless the rest of the business committee compels me to do so. The business committee compelled her to do so, and she shared those emails. And it was after that, after all of this had happened, that's when I found out that it was a direct affront to me specifically, citing my ethics, right? That's big, that's important, especially because I was a contractor with this nation and I was a member of this committee. It is extremely important that that be known. And what didn't happen instead was this chair pushed for a meeting with Stanford and didn't even tell the rest of the business committee that these allegations had been made. This business committee didn't have that information until they forced her to release that email. These allocations came from Stanford. They came in an email from Professor Reese, this Professor Reese, to her. The following month, I received that information. I stood at that podium and I asked this whole business committee, I said, you have the information now. Can you please do something about it? They haven't done anything about it. They've got the same emails. I've asked individuals about my request, and still crickets, nothing, right? Not even a sorry, Roman, sorry that she had the wrong information. We will do something to defend you because you don't deserve to have your ethics questioned. She didn't stand up for me. They didn't stand up for me. They still haven't. None of them. I think one member may have filed a document, but I don't know where that is right now. But those are legitimate concerns, okay? Vance has brought this up because he still believes that a lot of what I'm saying here is personal, that my pushback is personal. And to that extent, I will defend general counsel with every fiber of my being. And if that makes it personal, then that's the part that I will accept as personal. It's not about the rest of this stuff. But you also deserve to know what happened in the background. Why are we in the position that we're in? Those are the things that happen in the background. So no, I don't accept that.
I will draft a letter to Professor Reese Monday. Okay. Wow. I have no say over that. So I will draft a letter and I will let her know that some of the information she received was incorrect. Okay. And then that the decision was made. Okay. So I would like, and it's your decision, your will, I would like to ask for one more year for this Constitution Committee to work, to take the draft. Stanford has done some work, some research that I think is warranted. We will look at the first draft. We will continue to put it together and bring it to you in a year. And the last thing I think it's wise if you tell us if you want this Constitution Committee to continue, if you want it to, or if you don't. Okay, that will be my recommendation. There's a final recommendation for today. So my recommendation is that you give us one more year to get this done and to get it done in a manner that it's our best that we can do for you. And secondly, I ask that you as a body tell us if you want this Constitution to continue.
Could you repeat the last statement, Vance? I'm sorry. Tell us if you want.
If you want this Constitution Committee to continue. That's a recommendation.
So is somebody willing to make a motion to give, I guess we need to do it in the reverse order, Vance. Is somebody willing to make a motion that if you want this Constitution Committee to continue?
This, I want to make one comment before we get to that. I want Roman to write an ethics complaint about this to the Ethics Commission, and we will get it done. I put nothing out about your brother.
Oh, hold on. Let's all be civil. Let's all be civil.
Beverly, I have never said anything about Lloyd.
Oh, hold. Point of order. Point of order. We're here to talk about the Constitution and the Constitution Committee.
Bonnie
So-
made a motion that it continue for another year, and I believe Alicia Tinsley seconded it.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor for the to give the Constitution Committee another year. Can we get that up on the screen so folks know what they're voting for? Okay, whose hand up was up first? Miss Debbie Ray?
Is it this Constitution Committee or a Constitution Committee?
Well, that's the reason I was trying to do it in the reverse order to make sure everybody still wants the Constitution Committee to continue, and then second for another year.
Or
But
the or this? Wants a Constitution Committee to continue. This Constitution Committee, so I think it needs to be clarified. This Constitution Committee or a Constitution Committee?
We're still in discussion. I would just say amend this original motion that this current Constitution Committee come back in 1 year's time from now with a final draft of both of these constitutions. In this setting right here, yes. Yeah, that seemed apparent to me. I should have led with that. Yeah. In a
Joey,
special
can
general
I know you're
council.
trying to amend the motion? Can you go ahead and repeat your amended motion?
I'd like to amend the motion that this current Constitution Committee come back in 1 year's time during a special general council to bring back the final draft for a constitution for the Quapaw Nation that is worked out between the first draft from the previous Constitution Committee and the Stanford draft. And while that's my amended motion. And for me, usually I'm just a young person, but I'm on our business committee right now, and I usually try not to say something ahead of other people, because there's a lot of folks in this room that are older than I am. So I'll ask that y'all overlook me here, but you also elected me to talk and act on behalf of our people. So going back in time, my grandma, what she did that day at that general council, she stood up to better the governing documents on which we operate from in the form of a constitution. Now, wording and action sometimes are different things, and the action that she meant behind it was something good for our folks. But when you start mixing political views and egos and temper tantrums and different things like that, you start to get a real kind of rise out of people. And of course, you're going to run into conflictions. Of course, people's feelings are going to get hurt. Hell, my feelings got hurt, you know. Early on in my first term in late 23, I got on to some Constitution Committee meetings because I thought, damn, I could help. You know, I got a little bit of knowledge here. I got to give some things. Maybe I could help. And I caught the bottom end of, we'll never effing trust the business committee no matter who they are. And then listen to the rest of the committee go in concurrence with that. And so I said politely to myself, well, I'm just going to screw off over here and let them have the task. You know, I'm just going to butt out. That's me, you know, and I've openly expressed that during those meetings when Native Nations Institute come up. I told you guys that. I never got a sorry. I never got no nothing like that. And, you know, just because my feelings were hurt, that's just life. No, hang on. Let me finish, though. But I just carried on. I carried on because that's a part of this. And I sure do appreciate you guys, you know, making mention of my grandma. I sure do. And, but she had discontent with this. And I won't just stand by this time and not say nothing. She had discontent with the way the first draft went, and she had discontent with the way Stanford went. And the sole purpose of her standing up there that day and saying something was something good for us to operate from. So all of these pissing matches through the years, through all the different meetings, everything else, it's kind of in the bystander. For me, it's kind of in the bystander because we have two good drafts, one that's homely and one that's technical. And y'all can disagree with me all you want, but we need both of them. We need the best of both. So, yeah, anyways, I just ask that y'all, you know, overlook me and go along with my uncle what he said, you know. I got discontent, but also had a solution. And maybe that amendment, hopefully here today, can go. You guys come back in here with a good final draft version and fit the original motion my grandma made was to come back a year later, even though it didn't go like that. But hopefully somewhere in there, you know, we can get to the end. But I just want to say that much to you guys. Tell y'all thank you for coming out. You know, God bless y'all.
Before we continue, hold on. Joey Gives Water has amended the motion. This current Constitution Committee come back in 1 year to bring back final draft that's worked out the first draft and the Stanford draft. That motion has not received a second, even though we went into discussion. Is there a second? We have to tend to the amendment first before we go back to the main motion. The parliamentarian. You can speak
Joey,
to
could
that.
I ask that your motion be amended to give the members at least 30 days having that draft to review rather than just come to general council and say, here, approve or disapprove?
Yeah, that's part of the current amendments right now. Anyway, that has to happen anyway.
Excuse me.
I'm just letting you know, Debbie, that has to happen anyway.
So,
Just the way this goes.
We have one main motion, and then Joey, you've provided an amendment to that motion. Has that motion been seconded? Second. Okay. So now you're in discussion on Joey's amended motion. You can make one.
No, the question is, do we not have to tend to this amendment before we go back to the main motion?
You have to.
There was a statement made on the floor that the individual that made the main motion, which was Debbie Ray, has to accept that.
No. You have to.
Bonnie Shock, I'm sorry.
You have to vote and decide the Joey's amendment to the main motion first, and then you go back to the main motion as amended. Okay?
If it passes.
Yeah, if the amendment passes. So right now you're
In discussion.
Yes.
On Joey's amended motion, which again is this current Constitution Committee come back in 1 year to bring back a final draft that has worked out the first draft and the Stanford second draft. We are now in discussion. Would anybody? Okay, Stacia.
Hi, sorry. I would just like the motion to reflect hard timelines. So like we're not like we are today. I'd like that out in the public within 60 days, like before the meeting type situation, so everyone has adequate time.
We are obligated to publish the materials so that y'all have them 30
but
days
like
in
today,
advance.
I'm sorry, Chair Supernal. Today we had what supersede stuff, super statutes that we weren't able to review because we didn't get them in a timely manner.
Oh, I see what Sasha's saying. She's talking about when the Quapaw Post came out, it included the Constitution draft exclusively. It did not include the memorandum, nor did
Right.
it include the super statutes.
Yeah, so I think it needs to be the complete packet.
Okay, so now we're in a sub amendment to the main amendment. Is that, are you making a motion? Stacia?
You have, so you have,
Two.
you can go two motions out from the main motion. So you have the amended motion by Joey, which has been seconded. And then now Stasia has proposed an amendment to Joey's amendment. And then that's it.
Joey, where are you? Do you want to amend your, because you said you wanted ample time. Do you want to, that would just move this along, would it not?
Yeah, if you wanted to amend Joey's
Right, she said 60. Stacia said 60. So then you get it in May. No. Joey Anthony.
Yeah.
So Eric, all I have to do is add to my amendment, correct?
No, Stasia has made a motion to amend your motion. Oh. Yeah, I guess Joey, you can clarify your amendment to say
Yeah, I would just like to clarify my amendment to say 60 days from this year of 2020 or March 21st of 2027.
now that is that seconded?
60 days before March 21st, 2027, that this document be online and mailed to every household. That is possible.
Is that seconded? Okay.
Well, I'm clarifying.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm clarifying. I mean all of it. All of it. With this current, yeah, that was part of the amendment.
Now you're in discussion on the second.
Whatever date is set, 1 year. That was the recommendation. That was the question from the chairman of the Constitution Committee. That's what I went along with. 1 year. That's what I mean. I mean 1 year. I don't mean 1 year minus a couple days plus a few days. I don't mean nothing like that. I mean a year. If it's a Sunday, it's a Sunday. Sometimes things happen around here that by God, we make happen.
Yeah, the 21st of next year is on a Friday.
Joey, would you consider no later than 1 year? Because if there's an opportunity that arises before that, it would be great to have a little room, so long as we don't go past that 1 year, so long as the 60-day threshold is met.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. But no more than 1 year.
Do you want me to do that, Joey? Because I've got it typed out.
Yeah, go ahead
Unless-
and read it back off.
Okay. So the clarified motion says this current Constitution Committee come back no more than 1 year to bring back final draft that has worked out the first draft and Stanford draft, published, all materials be published online and mailed 60 days before 3/21/27.
Yeah.
Did I capture that?
That's it. That's
Okay.
It is encapsulated.
But you have to call for the question.
Is there a call for the question?
Is someone?
All right.
I know. Sorry. So Virginia called for the question. Was there a second? To, okay.
Hello. Hello. May I have your attention, please? I have a question. I have a question.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
It's Debbie.
Debbie Ray is recognized.
So can someone clarify now that this is already, once it passes, it's going to pass, but that we won't have any of this discussion or the Constitution on the July 4th General Council?
Yeah, Vance, what do you think? Will there be any additional information or materials that need to be delivered to General Council? Well, we typically get progress updates from all of the major committees, so I would think this is no different, especially if there's any progress that the Constitution Committee can report, but not material review. Yeah, no action items.
Can that be a limited discussion so we could get to the powwow?
So we already called for the question. I don't know if we can have any more discussion on this, Debbie. But I get your point. I completely understand that. But even in the, our agenda for 4th of July General Council, every single subcommittee will be given an opportunity to provide an update, and most, if not all, typically do. Doesn't necessarily have to be a 40-page document we're reviewing, but just a general status update about how things are going. Is that consistent?
Are the clickers operational?
Hopefully, Mikhail will let us know, and Austin will let us know when we're ready to vote.
Hey, while Weena, I know you're presiding over this meeting, and they're getting everything up for the clickers. But while it's still on my mind and it's still in my chest, I just want to say that much to my Uncle Roman here, and tell you thank you, because I did misstate that that I'd never got an apology for that, for getting my feelings hurt. And I sure appreciate it that you did that day, that I remembered that incorrectly, But I'm man enough to understand and know when I'm wrong, or maybe when I think I'm wrong. And I'll apologize for myself for the part I did or did not play in all of this. But just trying to help it go forward, trying to get to a final solution, to the end of the road before we get to the bigger road. Because we got problems right now, but I don't think we quite understand the problems that are coming down the road here pretty soon. I just want to tell you that much. Anyhow, so. Thank you, Vance.
I really appreciate Joey and what he's done. I would like to just clarify, I was on that call and I did not occur to what was said. Just so I want to be clear there. Thank you.
I will publicly speak this right now. If there is anyone in this room that I have offended in any way, shape, and form, if there is someone in this room that I have offended in any way, shape, or form, I will publicly apologize. I have said this more than once, that I am truly trying to do the best that I can. We are in a situation, no matter whether I'm on this BC or not, it's a world where you cannot please everybody. I do the best that I can every day to serve this nation to the best of my ability. I am humbled that I'm even sitting in this chair. I am blessed to be in this room with O-gah-pah people. So again, if I have offended anyone, I'll apologize and I'll do it publicly now. So it's up to you if I have to accept that apology or not. Gonna go.
Mikhail, are you ready to give voting instructions? Oh, I'm sorry, Lori.
All right. So Mikhail has Joey's amendment right here. So you're gonna when they're explaining, you're gonna turn your voting device on. You're gonna hit 1 for yes. It's the green button. You can hit the send button. It looks like a little airplane. 2 is the red button for no. 3 is the yellow button for abstain. You can hit the send button after each time. If you change your mind, it's fine. You can continue to vote until the time is up. Once the time is up, whatever your last vote is the one that will be counted. So I think any button on it will turn it on. Okay, so is the timer started, Mikhail?
Is the full text up on the other screen? Okay, thank you.
Yes. It says okay. It'll say okay. He said he
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Okay, in case you're wondering, if your number disappears, it's okay. If it says okay up in the corner, your vote has been received. And if you don't think it was received, hit your number and the send button again. All right, the time is up. Motion carries. There were 69 yes, 3 no, and 0 abstentions.
Nope, we got one more step to do. So what we did was we voted on and accepted the amended motion. Now we've got to go back to the main motion that was made by Bonnie and seconded by Alicia Tinsley. And that motion is very simple. Give this Constitution Committee one more year to bring back a final constitution as amended, meaning the amendment pertains to the motion itself, not the document. So we got to go back to the main motion. Right. Right. I'll say as amended by Joey's language. Let us know when we're ready to vote on the main motion.
All right, so it'll be the same process that you just did. So we're voting on Bonnie's original motion with Joey's amended language. Okay, so once again, 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstentions.
We're doing it again?
And make sure you hit your send button afterwards.
It's the challenge. Again, the main motion was to give this Constitution Committee one more year to bring back a final Constitution as amended by Joey's language.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to amend this.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry. I couldn't figure out who was speaking, Betty. I'm sorry. Betty Gadke.
Oh, yeah, Betty Gadke, sorry. I would like to make an emotion to amend this, and I would like to take Stanford out of the equation and take both the constitutions that we have and take this next year, combine, take the best out of both, and then bring that back in a year.
Now, I need clarification. Are we in
Well, that's my
discussion?
amendment. Take out Stanford. Yes, yes.
So-
Take both of them and take the original and Stanford and combine them and come up with something, but take Stanford out of it. Let our people decide.
That's already reflected in the amended motion to take both the July 4th, 2025 draft as well as the
But
Stanford
I want it
draft.
worded to take Stanford out of it, please. The Stanford students, yes.
That motion already passed. That motion. Oh, you're proposing to amend that
She's
motion.
proposing to amend, but I think at this point, and the parliamentarian can correct me if I'm wrong, she's out of order. This vote
Because
has
we're back
to
on
be,
the main motion.
This vote has to be completed, and then she can make the motion to take Stanford out of the picture.
No, you're back on the main motion.
So she's not out
No,
of.
we're already
No,
voting.
it's already.
We're in the voting. We're in the voting process on the main amendment.
Okay, so you passed the amendment to Joey's motion, by Joey's motion. That amended the main motion. Now we're back onto the main motion as amended. And you're in discussion on the main motion now.
We're voting on it. We're voting on it.
Vote is already.
Do we need to suspend voting and so we can either discuss further or call for the question?
Okay, you're in discussion back on the main motion as amended. And so there has to be closing of the discussion to vote on the main motion as amended. So you can still come up with another amendment to the.
Somebody called for the
on
question.
On the amendment.
Session was already closed
Somebody called for the question, and we're voting.
on the main motion.
No, the main motion was open, and that's when Joey brought his amendment on. And so now you voted on the amendment. That's passed. Now you're back to the main motion, and that's still open for discussion. And so you can still bring another amendment if you want to. But then you can call. But Betty has now proposed an amendment that has to be seconded first. But if no one seconded it, and you can call for the question and close debate and go vote on the main motion right now. Okay.
Already voted on the main.
Madam Chair, did you?
Yes, sir.
Did you rule and request a vote? Because we all started voting. I think the terminology may have been unclear, but was your intent to call for a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
But that can be challenged too, as we know.
Well, I think that
So
this
does
could be
that make
resolved
me out of
because
order?
Technically, yes, but what you're presenting is an additional motion or an additional rule to
Yeah,
apply to the Constitution
That's what I was
Committee.
trying.
So I think we could continue on with the vote that's already been initiated, and then make another motion.
If you want to, I mean, you could do it that way, I guess. Yeah, that would be okay. But okay.
Oh, I haven't. Sorry, I'm holding up progress. I got an okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can finish the. It's a little out of order because you went back to the main motion as amended and you went straight to the vote. There should have been discussion and then a closing of the discussion and then go to the vote. But if we're in a vote now and everyone's in agreement that this is okay to do, then we can just vote on this and then we can take up the amendment after. Okay?
Has the voting completed, Mikhail? Can you tell based on the count of 62? We got 10 votes outstanding. So people, finish up your voting, please. The amended motion, the high water mark was 86. The amended motion, we had 75 outstanding. Lori will make the call. Election Committee, has there been sufficient time for voting?
All right, the results are 62 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention, and so the yes carries.
So the motion passes. We have passed the main motion now. My understanding is that Ms. Betty Gadke would like to make an amendment.
Actually, I'm going to make a new motion since this is complete, right?
That's
So-
correct. Yeah, you're making a new motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to take Stanford out of anything further and that we just concentrate on the 2 documents that we have and take the next year to take the best parts of them and hopefully come up with a good constitution.
Now, I just want to make sure I understand the motion to remove Stanford out of anything further. Is that in name or their draft or all of the above?
All of the above, please. No, why not? I just don't want any further
You don't want any other
interaction
discussion with them.
Stanford. So I don't want to undo anything, but I don't want any further interaction. Students and professors, take them all out. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Was that legal how I did that?
You're just suggesting that the people, the staff at Stanford, are no longer involved in.
We're
the
done with
Constitution.
them.
Okay.
Please. Yeah.
Is that an easier way to phrase? I'm not trying to put words in your
Maybe.
mouth, Betty,
Yes. How
but
about let's
to-
just be done with Stanford?
Yeah, to
Much easier.
We say
Jerry, second.
Well, we just need to make sure we understand the motion. What I've written down may not be right. That I know was seconded was to motion to remove the Stanford people.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I clarify a
No
little bit
further
further?
interaction.
Is that Stanford law is no longer involved in the drafting of the Constitution?
Yes.
Is that is that clear?
Yes. Very good.
So your motion, Betty Gadke is making a motion that Stanford law is no longer involved in the drafting of the Constitution.
Correct.
Is that seconded?
Yeah, it was already seconded.
Jerry
We're-
Montgomery, second.
We're in discussion.
Was oh.
I hear your intent, and clearly that's the major way that we're going to continue. But first of all, there's no more people. It's only Professor Reese. The students' work is done. So it's strictly Professor Reese. And I personally think it's a mistake to not have an opportunity to have dialogue with her on some of the issues that they've already done the work on. So I would personally ask to be able to the Constitution Committee have dialogue with Professor Reese on certain matters and certain issues, because I think that's gonna help the process.
Can Betty get a microphone, please?
I wouldn't mind that, Vance, except looking at what we already have, plagiarism is a big deal for me, and I'm done with it. I think we should just not have any more action with them, my opinion.
Yeah. One, it was the student's work. It was not
no.
the instructor's work, right? The instructor approved the work. But my question was, did we enter into a contract? How long is the contract? What do we still owe them? Nothing. Okay.
Final evaluation is done. The final evaluation has been completed.
So you'll be needing to renew the contract if this doesn't carry? Oh, no. Or well, no. I just wondered how we would proceed if we continued with your collaboration with the instructor.
It's fairly informal currently, to be honest. So there's nothing structured. There's nothing formal. It's just based on the work that we've done. So like from the time they completed their work until today, we've had one conversation with Professor Reese.
We need Bonnie to get a microphone because we can't hear you, Bonnie.
If we exclude Professor Reed, does that exclude us from getting doesn't this document have to be legal? Doesn't it have to be a legal document, Vance?
I don't know that it has to be, but clearly I think a piece of our work will be that the document is reviewed once we take this combination, but most likely it will not be Professor Reese. So I wouldn't base your motion on that we're going to go back to Professor Reese for the final review of our document. Based on what you all have said today, that won't happen. But there will. But I would believe there would be legal review of our work, of our final work. Well, then I would ask for recommendation from General Counsel, and I would ask for recommendation from Business Committee on who, or we would probably make recommendations. Like Roman might say Chad Smith, and Melissa may say Drummond Woodson, and we'll take recommendations, and then we'll go to one person and get a legal. Yes, I believe it needs legal review at the end. That's my opinion. It does not have to be Professor Reese.
Okay, I do have a couple things to point out on this.
Yeah.
I want to make it clear that Stanford did not practice plagiarism. That's a technical detail that seems to be misunderstood here. Is this is not creative writing. It's not research writing. It's much more closer to what I do in technical writing. When they are doing their drafting of it, they're going to be using language, specific language that has been proven effective in past laws. So there is going to be a high similarity. I mean, just like when we're trying to create airplanes to mimic flight, we're not going to like research and try to do it ourselves and jump off cliffs with capes. We're gonna look for actual proven ways to defy gravity. They're doing the same thing in law. So I think it's very, well, not just rude, but dangerous for us to be accusing them of something that is just factually wrong.
Well, that's your opinion. So now that we've heard it, I also think that we should not go any further with Dr. Reese until she gives a public apology to Roman. What she did was very unethical and to one of our tribal members, so I think he deserves a public apology.
Thank you for that, Betty. And I appreciate the intent behind this, but I will go to bat for Professor Reese in her position that she was protecting her students, and that is, whether the information was incorrect or not, her responsibility first and foremost is to protect her program and her students, and she did that. And I think that should definitely be considered. Now, the information, however, that she received is on our side. Somebody on our side gave her that information, and that is what I believe you're speaking to in how that was received. But I have to counter that I believe Professor Reese did what she was obligated to do.
I have a couple things. I'm going to mimic Mikkel. So I just finished my master's plus 48 and all that writing, like what you just said, I was just like blown away because so many of my papers I went through were at 60 or 75 or 80%, and I did not plagiarize my papers. It's because of the research that I did. Those are high intent, high words that come through as that. So we do have to look at the big picture. It appears that way when you run it through there 100%, but it's not full plagiarism. And I think that is very dangerous because I would have been offended if I would have my papers. I thought I cheated on everything through my master's and I didn't. I did my research. So I think we do have to be aware of that. And the other thing I think we need to think about is I understand where Professor Reese and we're tapping into something that we're forgetting that about this great committee that we've just all said we appreciate their work. And while she is a piece of it, I think what they've done and then how we all, if we do our job and instead of coming to the meetings and wanting to change and complain everything in the moment versus jumping on these Zoom calls that some of us have been on, giving our input at that time of the preamble, I think we would all be so much more productive. We're all here for the right reason. We all want this the best it can be. And these folks up here have done an amazing job and they want the same too. And we're bantering over things to find things because we don't all agree and it's uncomfortable when we don't agree 100%. But I think this Constitution Committee is amazing and we trust in them. They all want the right thing. They all have different views. If you get on the Zoom calls with them, they don't all agree. It's amazing to listen. And I even popped in and I was like, oh, whoa, that was way wrong. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So I think we have to trust in them. And then if Professor Reese has got their goat on certain things, she's not making our final decisions. We're tapping into her for her knowledge. That's just my opinion.
Michelle?
When we're talking about ethics, something that's bothered me ever since, Brenda, you pointed out you're on the Ethics Commission, correct? And in your position, to me, that was very unethical for you to tell somebody to file an ethics complaint because you take care of it. That is not your responsibility to tell somebody to do that. They should be adults to know how to do that.
Point of order.
So
let's keep this civil,
but I do
respectful.
I want to ditto what you just said because by no means this has been an easy task, and to get to this point has been amazing. And I just want to say thank you on my behalf because we know what a challenge it's been as far as our committees. But Vance, you have been tremendous about wanting to keep us in the loop, as an election committee. But I also am just, there's just a lot of things that's been said, I think, that's hurt people. And I think, just as a reminder, Roman, I think instead of looking behind you, I think we have to keep looking at all of us because as a general council, we all voted to where we are today and the decisions that have been made. So we can't point the finger at the business committee because the general council voted on these changes to have a constitution, to create a constitution and a committee, and their job was to appoint the people, not us. So that was not written in what we voted for. So anyway, I just thank everybody that made this day important because it is important and to where we're at, and this is such a crucial document. And I say we have to say kudos to Stanford because they didn't ask us to get involved. We asked them. And so we should appreciate their input and stop being so judgmental. And that's just my 2 cents. Take it or leave it. Not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but that's just what I believe. So.
Is there any additional discussion on Betty Gadke's motion? Grace Good Eagle, can we get a microphone to Grace?
Having served on the Constitution Committee previously, it was a matter of I realized when Stanford was approached, there was an opportunity for us to have a university and the students work on something to help us. As Roman had mentioned, we have approached other tribes, we've approached organizations to help us put ours together. Those students worked hard on this document. In the hours that they put in on it, we asked them to do this for us. Now, the product that came back to us was not exactly what we expected, and that had the influence of the law school. Now, when the professor approached the business committee, as I understand it, the business committee is the, as it were, governing body. The Constitution Committee was a committee. Eventually, you know, we would have to deal with the business committee. And that's the way that came about. Professor Reeves herself, she has a high position throughout the nation and the communities. She does good work. We had asked her, but in looking, if we dismiss everything that Stanford has done for us, that would be a mistake. No, we don't want to do that. And as far as Professor Reeves, I mean, she has her life, we have our life. And this is what we have to understand. But please, let's try to put this in some perspective. We need each other. We need the other tribes. Again, we need input as we try to develop our Constitution. Gonna get.
Thank you. Can we get the microphone to Debbie Ray, please?
Could somebody go back and read what the motion was that Joey made, that Bonnie and Joey, that we passed just a while ago? I want to hear that before I decide on how I want to vote on this.
So the main motion was to give this Constitution Committee one more year to bring back a final Constitution as amended by Joey's language. Joey's language was this current Constitution Committee come back no more than 1 year to bring back final draft that has worked out the first draft and the Stanford draft. All materials to be published online and mailed 60 days before 3/21/2027.
So to clarify that, his motion that passed, his and Bonnie's motion that passed, includes using the Stanford. Is that correct?
It uses that label, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, just the Stanford draft.
Okay.
The 2 drafts.
Okay.
That's all that. Just clarifying from myself. That's all I meant was the 2 drafts.
Okay.
All the rest of the ancillary work, I believe the Constitution Committee can have responsibility and authority to figure out the rest of the work that goes with it as far as final review. And yeah, I do agree. We do need some legal review for the final version. We're in a legal world. This is what we're fighting. This modern world we're living. It's all legal. Legality, language, structure. And I don't know, you guys pay attention to how I talk sometimes, but I get kind of loose and I'm not too literate in this legal world, you know, so not everybody's like that, you know. Some folks are, that's good. We need those folks. I just want to say that much.
I heard a call for the question. Is there a second? Got a second? Ready to fire up our voting devices? Lori, will you let us know when it's time to vote? Okay. I already got an okay. Yippee!
Look what you did, Crystal. Yeah, Crystal. Look what you did.
Can we get a microphone to Lori, please?
All right, there were 29 yes, 39 no, 1 abstention. So the motion failed.
Thank you, Lori. Vance Gilmore, are there other expected activities in today's agenda?
There are not.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, I'm sorry, somebody raised their hand?
Oh, and I do have one thing. You want me to go? I'm going to defer. First, I want to sincerely thank you for your input. It's been heard. I want you to know it's been heard. I want you to know everything behind us is now history. We're moving forward, period. And Mikhail has word on a survey.
Okay. So anticipation for this, we and the Constitution Committee and the IT Department have created oh gosh, I need two of me. Hey, one of my techs take over the election laptop to bring up the form. But anyways, we have a digital form that we are launching live here after this meeting. And you will be able to provide feedback to the Constitution Committee digitally. We have it broken up so you can speak on the Constitution itself. And you can also speak on every super statute that was provided for us by Stanford and potentially additional super statutes in the future should we end up finding that we actually need to add more. For example, the court super statute. Further, we understand not everybody's digitally inclined or preference, so we have a written form too up here in 2 versions. So you can actually write it and hand it in. You can mail it in to the, I have the address on the form right here, but you'll mail it into our office. We'll have a mailbox set up at the main administration building. You can bring it in person or mail it in, and we're going to collect the feedback from the community over time to help inform the next steps of this process. No pressure, Mikey. Grace?
My only comment was you're saying that this current Constitution Committee come back in a year's time. My question would be, you have 5 individuals. If you move away, whatever, how will you be replaced? Will you be appointed by somebody?
That's beyond my authority to make a statement on. Is it the chair of either committee want to speak on that?
My understanding is right now that it would be the BC that would appoint or fill a vacancy. We hope not. Nathan? Yeah.
Most of us up here don't actually even, minus her, excuse me, and Mikel back there, over there, wherever he's at. We actually don't live here. I live south of Rolla, Missouri. Vance lives in Dallas, and Roman lives in Colorado. We do all of our stuff through Zoom and through video and media all through us. I don't foresee, keyword, don't foresee any of us disbanding ourselves from this committee at this time.
This is some of the confusion that we were identifying earlier. For the business committee to properly have that authority, this body has to, and maybe can you correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Giles, that this body has to give that authority to the business committee to be able to appoint. So that would be a separate vote that I don't have an issue with. But what happened was that authority was kind of usurped, and because we created a mess, it was kind of, we had to figure out how to continue from where we were. But the special committee created by this body has to delegate that appointing authority to whoever they want it to be.
So, okay, I want to make sure Everett made a motion, vacancies that, if they occur on the Constitution Committee, be filled by the Business Committee. Is that correct? Say that again. By appointment. Yes, I heard it was second. Okay, so we've got a motion that says vacancies that occur on the Constitution Committee be filled by the Business Committee by appointment. That was seconded. Now we're in discussion. Okay, there's been a call for the question and a request for a voice vote. Those are dangerous. You think? Let's do our electronic devices.
Okay.
Sorry, the difficulty is with a voice vote, some of us are louder than others, and not everyone in the room is a tribal member.
Okay.
So we've already called for the question. That's the problem, Kim. So the question that has been posed is whether this particular motion has to have an end date that coincides with our earlier main and amended motions. Okay, it sounds like, according to the parliamentarian, that can be a standalone motion. Wish to pursue that. But for this one, the question's already been called. We need to vote on it.
Looking at your screen, Mikkel.
All right, the results of the vote is 42 yes, 16 no, 2 abstentions. So, yes, Everett's motion passed.
Thank you. So the motion passes, and I think where we left off, Kim Dill, you may have, no? Okay. Okay. Vance, are you finished? I think so. Vice Chair McKibben, would you please close us out in prayer?
God, today we come to Creator, Savior Jesus. Thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for allowing us to come together and do business today on behalf of our people. Be with all our folks who've lost their loved ones recently, lose their loved ones and their relatives. Sick and afflicted folks too, and help them safe travels back to their home place.
Amen. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second? All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. All those opposed?